Good morning and welcome to the feature group coverage here in the opening day of the 2023 Genesis Scottish Open from the Renaissance Club in North Berwick, Scotland. The fifth time this beautiful layout has played host, and our first feature group of the morning. What a group it is. Rory McIlroy, the defending champion Xander Schauffele, and two-time major champion Justin Thomas.
This is game number 18.
On the tee, the DP World Tour champion, the Rolex Series winner at the Dubai Desert Classic. He's the leader in the Race to Dubai standings from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
Par 5, 10th hole. To begin, it's a long one, 650 yards. I'm Ewan Porter. I'm joined in commentary this week by six-time DP World Tour winner Tony Johnstone.
Good morning, Ewan. And how much are we looking forward to this? Oh.
Good swing there to start the day from McIlroy down the left side of the fairway.
On the tee, the Olympic champion, the Rolex Series winner here at the Genesis Scottish Open last year. He's the defending champion from the USA, Xander Schauffele.
And Tony, interesting to note that the four previous times that the Genesis Scottish Open has been played here at the Renaissance Club, we've really had the whole gamut of scoring. He won last year, Xander did, with 7 under par, 22 under par as one here as well, really dictated by the weather.
100%. The nice thing is that today we're going to have an absolute beauty. It's blowing at 15 miles an hour. It's going to be constant all day out of the southwest. So a good test. Maybe not so nice tomorrow. A little bit of rain predicted. Leaking right, is it?
Well, there is some trouble to be found here.
On the tee from the USA, Justin Thomas.
It's been a little bit of a strange year, hasn't it, for Justin Thomas? He's coming off a miscut in his last start at the Rocket Mortgage, and he prides himself on playing well in the major championships, and the 3 so far, 2 miscuts and a 65th.
Very strange, isn't it? Such a talented player. But you know what? The cream will rise to the top. And I think he really enjoys the links golf like that low chasing flight. He can hit all the different shots.
He certainly does enjoy playing a variety of shots, as you mentioned, and that's a terrific start from Justin Thomas down the right hand side of the fairway. This is a great championship, the Scottish Open, 41st year it's being played, and Xander Schauffele is your defending champion.
The world's best are coming together.
This is the Rolex Series.
It's Rolex Series number 4.
It is a first Rolex Series win for him.
He's got it. The Scottish Open has its youngest winner. Shane Lowry is the BMW PGA champion. It's the second DP World title for Matthew Fitzpatrick.
Victory for Xander Schauffele.
This is the 2023 Genesis Scottish Open.
It certainly is a superstar trio, isn't it, Tony Johnstone? I'm sure we're in for some good golf this morning in this beautiful weather.
Oh, man. It's just so look forward to links golf. I mean, proper golf, true golf.
So look overhead at the back nine here at the Renaissance Club. Of course, they teed off the 10th hole. Great range of holes. There's the front nine. No real changes this year. They did remove a fairway bunker on the first hole, Tony, but just a wonderful layout in golfing paradise here in Scotland.
Oh, it's just heaven, isn't it? You know, we drive back to the hotel and, you know, you see Archerfield, you see Muirfield, you see Gullen. Oh, my goodness. North Berwick just around the corner. It is golfing heaven.
And you mentioned North Berwick, Justin Thomas and Jordan Spieth on Tuesday having a game there, and it was splashed all across social media, the fun they were having, the different shots they were playing. Preferably, I'd like to see them doing it with persimmons and blades and
That would be nice. Yeah, they've been actually having a little jolly, the boys. They were down at Sunningdale, played Sunningdale Old last week, so they've come over to play some of the best that Britain has to offer. And I love that. I love the fact that they like going and playing the old courses, the classic courses. You know, they don't just pitch up, you know, a couple of days before the Open and tee it up. They like the history of the game. I love that. I mean, I think there's too many young guys that don't do that.
Well, I'm right with you. And speaking of history of the game and persimmons, we saw Rory McIlroy in the Pro-Am yesterday, using a Joe Powell, I believe it was, off the 15th tee.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, you know, one of our teammates, John Morgan, they've actually purchased the name Joe Powell, and they're resurrecting the brand with persimmon clubs. And Rory just loved it. He said the feel of a persimmon was just magical.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's our ball positions of our group. A couple of fantastic tee shots from Rory McIlroy and Justin Thomas. Xander Schauffele left himself a little bit of work to do and out on course this morning. Joining us in this beautiful Scottish weather is former Ladies European Tour player and peloton extraordinaire, Incy Mehmet. Good morning to you, Incy.
Yeah, good morning. It's absolutely glorious out here. I'm a big fan of this golf course. It's definitely a bit more of a modern links style. The fairways are cut tight, but the lie for Xander Schauffele right now isn't too bad at all. 255 yards to the pin. It's located on the right, and the issue here, yes, the ball's quite far down below his feet, but he doesn't actually got a sight of the flag. There's plenty of undulation just short, so very difficult to get this one close. The goal really is to try and chase this one. There's plenty of mounds, you can get any sort of kick, get it on the dance floor. That's the result.
Well, that looked like a fairly lofted club, didn't it? 255 yards to the flag, but as Incy said, really the number looked like about 200. Justin Thomas next to play, Incy, 232 yards to the flag.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I'm just standing on the left-hand side of the fairway. I can't see the green at all. It kind of goes up and then back down, and it's very difficult to get this one close once again, no matter where you are playing from on this fairway. Anything just short right of this green, you've got this big mound, and you pitch on it, it could really bounce anywhere. I'd imagine the popular miss would be greenside left. Gives you a little bit more room to work with. Just trying to get a high fade if possible, try and get this landing softly, carry most of the trouble out of the way.
Yeah, he's setting up left, isn't he? He wants to just feed it in, try and miss that huge mound short of the green that Incy was talking about. That one right there. Gets a sharp kick left, but I'll tell you what, it's still a fine shot and a great result. Eagle putt to come.
Final member of this trio from the perfect angle, Incy, Rory McIlroy, 223.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? 6-iron typically goes about just shy of 200 yards, if not pretty much on the number. I can't see it being more than that in his hand right now. But once again, trying to get this up in the air. The wind's going to help it, working down off the left. Great eagle chance. This is the best angle if you're going to go for it.
Beautiful shot from McIlroy. Isn't it terrific to see them playing these different shots already? Justin Thomas, little fade with both shots.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And the sound of a golf club striking links turf. Oh my goodness. It's the best music in the world.
It certainly is, and an excellent opportunity for all three players to get their rounds off to hot starts. Well, we do have two feature groups this morning. Of course, our first feature group, Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele and Justin Thomas. This is the second feature group, a man who has been playing some terrific golf lately in the forefront of your picture there, Tommy Fleetwood. He'll be playing alongside Scotland's own Bob McIntyre and American Jordan Spieth in this Rolex Series event. Jordan Spieth, he travelled over here with Ricky Fowler and Justin Thomas. And not only have they been playing Sunningdale and North Berwick, they were at Wimbledon. They've seen them at a couple of pubs throughout London, really enjoying their time over here.
Man, what a field we've got here this week. The Genesis Scottish Open. It is just, it is going to be so much fun. And you know what? I think all of the Americans love coming and playing this links golf. It's so different.
And speaking of so different, look how low Jordan Spieth is teeing this one down, which tells me he's going to try and hit a little slider from left to right.
On the tee from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
He's been playing some terrific golf, hasn't he, Tommy Fleetwood? He lost a playoff at the RBC Canadian Open about a month ago. He was top 5 at the US Open Championship. He's a 2-time Rolex champion. He's a big game player, isn't he?
He is, and you know what? I just feel like it's Tommy Fleetwood's time. I think he's ready for an Open Championship win, and they don't come any nicer.
Well, it would be fitting, wouldn't it, being at Royal Liverpool as well, in part of the world that he grew up in. I mean, ideally it would be Royal Birkdale, where he did play a lot of his golf, but certainly same part of the world, and has the game to do it.
Scotland, Robert McIntyre.
Another man who's been playing very well, just not quite getting it across the line. He's been making changes with his swing. He's, you know, he changed back to his old coach, then he went, after 2 weeks, he went back to his new coach again, and just, you know, a lot going on in his head at the moment. Just, if he can just clear all of the cobwebs away, because we know how talented he is.
He certainly is. He had a 2-shot lead with 6 holes to play in Denmark last week, and unfortunately didn't get the job done. But 4 top 10s this season. It's getting closer again. He's a good fella too, Bob McIntyre, and that's a good start.
Isn't he just? There's no side to him. There's no ego. I mean, he's just a delight to be around.
Let's head back up to the 10th green. Xander Schauffele, 3rd shot.
Everything is going to happen in this part. It's a triple breaker.
Man, these greens are so undulating. It's quite confusing. You get to those long putts. Those Incy said that triple breaker. Goodness gracious, when you get long range, you stand there and scratch your head and wonder, what the heck do I do here?
Tony, I'll be honest, it's going to make my job a lot harder. I need to remember all the potential breaks, especially if it's breaking 3 different ways for 3 different people.
But you've got young eyes, Incy. That's a big bonus.
That's the only thing I've got on my side right now. But yeah, you're right. These greens are super funky, and it's going to definitely test the players. And when you've got so much undulation on the greens, not only does it test your green reading, but also your pace control. You need to start it online as well. It's definitely going to expose all 3 elements of putting. JT eagle putt.
Quite a change for all the players, really. These greens won't get above 10.5 this week. They can't get them too fast, a la PGA Tour speed, because of the potential of high winds.
And on that note, we were in a rules meeting yesterday, and the wind is meant to be quite strong on Sunday as well as tomorrow, and they were saying the greens will be rolling somewhere around 9.5 on the stiff meter, which is really unheard of for professional golfers. They rarely play under 11 these days.
Yeah, there you go. And it is an adaptation.
McIlroy, Incy with a good look for eagle here.
Oh, this is a tasty chance. It's going up and over, should break off his right. Great chance for eagle. What a start this would be.
Okay, pure fescue greens as you would expect on a links course.
You heard Incy say triple breaker. You rarely hear double breaker. You never hear triple breaker.
And you will get quadruple breakers.
Oh, absolutely. And regularly.
I know last year a lot of the guys said that they felt the greens turned less than they thought they would. And I think probably that's just a question of the slower pace of greens. You know, when you're putting on 13, the ball does exactly what it wants. It wanders and meanders. But when it's, you know, you can be a bit more direct when the greens are a little slower, which I think is great, Ewan, on the sort of 3 and 4 footers. The fact that you can, you know, you can go inside the hole, be positive and firm. If you miss, it goes 2 feet by, no issues.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Now Xander Schauffele. That's for a birdie. Disappointing 3-putt from just off the green for the defending champion.
Yeah, that feels like you've opened with a bogey, doesn't it?
Well, it certainly does. Just looking at the scoring early on here, David Law 4 under par through 4 holes, Thomas Dietrich 3 under through 3. I mean, you have a great opportunity to make a number early in your round here. Justin Thomas, birdie putt.
Nice. He'd love to make a statement this week. And have a good finish. A win would, of course, would be wonderful. But just to get that confidence back up for the final major of the year.
Birdie as well for McIlroy. Good start.
I'm so glad we're working next week, because I watch every single shot of the Open Championship, and now we get paid to do it. Oh, heaven, heaven.
Well, I played 3 Opens and I never got paid to do any of them because I didn't play the weekend.
But it's always an experience, isn't it?
This is where the tee shots ended up in our second feature group. Spieth and McIntyre. A couple of terrific opening tee shots. 361 for Bob McIntyre. Sneaky long to start the round. You don't see this every day, Tony. A wood out of the long fescue grass.
Ooh, he must have a good lie. Ooh, and he's on a downslope. You know what? There is risk involved here. It clipped something. I think it was just the top of the stalks of grass. Crikey, he's done well. Stay, 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 stay. Whoa, ball.
Oh.
Ooh. Look at that stuff, Ewan.
Well, we're already seeing a Jordan Spieth type round after 2 shots, aren't we? Up ahead to Rory McIlroy at the 11th, Incy.
Yeah, it's a great hole. Par 4, slight dogleg left to right. You've got a big tree on the right-hand side as well, but you're looking to favour the right half, and with this dogleg, you should end up down the left, and the pin's front right today, so that would be absolutely perfect. Downwind once again.
Man, that rhythm, the flow of that swing, it's just a delight, isn't it?
I mean, really the perfect shot shape right now is just the baby fade. I said it's down breeze, it's a little bit off the left as well. It's only going to help getting that ball down there. And to be honest, you can hit any club off the tee. You can send one down with a driver, otherwise you can lay it back, give yourself a chance to spin it a bit more with your necks. It really depends on what you fancy.
Teed up high. He's going to launch this up into the stratosphere.
Interesting looking at Justin Thomas's statistics this year. He hasn't played his best golf, but his ball striking is still there. The putting, he's 147th in putting on the PGA Tour. So really that has been his Achilles heel. We'll go back to 10. Tony, Bob McIntyre's second shot.
Yeah, I love watching Bob as well. Loves to shape the ball, and he can alter the trajectory. He can hit it mega low, get it up very high. And again, that big mound short of the green, making it very difficult to get at that pin.
Boy, isn't it ever.
Better shot than the finish, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Well, this is how things currently stand. I mentioned David Law, 4 under par through 4 holes. Wouldn't it be great to see a Scottish winner here this week? Ludwig Ahlberg, 2 under par through 4 holes. Recently turned professional. He was the #1 amateur in the world coming out of college. Look out for him. And the vice captain of the Ryder Cup side there. Nicholas Colsaert's 1 under par through 4 holes. Third member of this feature group, Xander Schauffele now at 11, also teeing it up high.
Well, he proved to us last year, didn't he, that he can handle links golf and he can handle adverse weather conditions. Some guys thrive on it. Some guys dread it.
Yeah, it's funny, I was speaking to Richie Ramsey and Bob McIntyre last week, and we were speaking about the cool, wet conditions that we had earlier in the week there in Denmark, and they both said to me, everyone automatically thinks this suits us because we're from Scotland. They said, we're like you. It's a myth. We like it when it's warm, it's sunshine. It's not like we get out there and hurry up and go play because it's raining and cold. We want warm and sun as well.
It does help the fact though that you've grown up here, and you know you've played your junior and amateur golf in these conditions. You just know what to do, you know, and you feel a little more comfortable in rain suits. I mean, you know, if you come from Florida and you're having to play a lot of golf in wet weather gear, my goodness, it does take some adapting.
It does, and they never play in rain in the US because there's generally storms associated
and
with it.
Thunder and lightning, absolutely.
Now we're talking about apparel. Tommy's got the cardigan out today. Did you see those photos of him from Wimbledon the other day when he was in his dapper white suit with the round hat on?
Did he look the part or what? He and Justin Rose did an exhibition match at Sunningdale on Sunday, the 100th anniversary of the new course at Sunningdale. We went up and had a watch with my son and family. 2 great ambassadors, and Justin is a member at Sunningdale, and I think Tommy's actually applied for membership.
Oh wow! Oh, that would have been great for the members to see. That's a very unusual shot there from 80 yards for Tommy Fleetwood. Ball positions, all perfect tee shots for McIlroy, Thomas and Schauffele at number 11. A couple of big tee shots from McIlroy, 373 and 348 to start the day. That's going to help the driving distance statistics. And speaking of that, he is #1 on the PGA Tour this year in driving distance.
Pretty much 3 perfect drives on the short stuff. Xander Schauffele to go first from 134 yards, and the pin's located in that front right portion. You do have 2 greenside bunkers as well, but that definitely won't be in play. You're looking to pretty much pitch this long left of the flag, and it should spin back. It's a bit of an insurance policy, you could say. It's there to help you. feels like the wind's died down a little bit.
We're just getting a good look at that flag there. Only 3 paces from the right edge. It'll only be a short iron, maybe a wedge in hand. You still think they're looking left of the flag here, Incy?
Yeah, I reckon so. You just don't want to go long right. There's a bit of a swell that can catch you out. So that's a safety play. But with a wedge in hand, you're really looking to go at this pin. But better left than right, that's for sure.
Yeah, you've got to be so aware of the undulations on these greens with your approach shots. All a question of where you're going to land it, what you're going to hit to land it there with the amount of spin that you desire. Links Golf asks all the right questions.
You can see how high he was trying to launch it in there. But fortunate really that it didn't roll too much further away. Back to 10 and McIntyre. Tony, the fairly straightforward pitch from over here.
Oh, I just love watching this guy pitch and chip. And electing to take a lot of the undulation out of it with a high floater, and it's a delight.
Ball just a hair below for Thomas's feet from 127 yards. I mean, these guys are super dialed in from here. No more than a sound wedge, pure feel. Feels like 2 very good opportunities in the opening holes.
And a good shot, a conservative shot left of the flag there. Didn't want to make the same mistake as Schauffele.
It's 105 yards for Rory McIlroy, and I caught up with him yesterday just to kind of get his stock yardages, and he said this is his lob wedge distance. I can't imagine him hitting too many full swing shots with a lob hedge in hand, but let's see what he fancies. Either that or take a bit off of sand.
And this was his Jonah, the sort of shot until about 8 months ago, and he used to spin the ball way too much, went to a less spinny ball for the wedge play, and man, it's made a difference.
Something interesting I just noted there with his swing as well. It looked like his exit, his follow through on that shot was way more to the left. It was a lot more round, a lot more sawn off than what we're used to seeing. A lot more control.
Good spot.
What a career he has had. 15 DP World Tour victories, 23 PGA Tour wins. Of course, the 4 major championships. Back to Tommy Fleetwood at 10. This is a bit of a roller coaster, Tony.
It is indeed. Downhill at the end. I should add that around the new at Sunningdale on Sunday, he shot 63 with a double bogey, and Justin shot 65, 7 under and 5 under. I've never seen the game made to look so easy. My goodness, it was a huge success. The members loved it. Spieth has done fantastically well to get to here. His ball was in that long, lush fescue. If he could sneak a birdie here, it would be a bonus. Not to be.
Yeah, disappointing for both Fleetwood and Spieth, only walking away with a par there at number 10. I'm sure McIntyre should be able to clean this one up after a beautiful pitch from left of the green.
You know, for a guy who came out renowned as a fantastic putter, he had issues with his putting last year. He's got that sorted. I still don't think he's mega confident from 3 and 4 feet, but that is just a question of holding a lot of them in tournament play to get the confidence back. Well done.
Good start. 1 under par, back to 11.
Yeah, and we're going to see this a lot for Schauffele, just off the green, using the flat stick. This is definitely the right play. Breaking off the right, quite hard to start off with. It should straighten up.
Good try. Nine top 10s this season. 13th in the FedEx Cup. Still Still looking for that first victory of the year. He's been close. Interesting, he's played 25 major championships, Tony, 11 of them inside the top 10, basically half the time.
Yeah, he is a player, isn't he? And another guy that sort of, I don't know, he elevates his game, doesn't he, in the big events. .147th, you said, in putting stats. Man, it's not what you expect, because he was so good with the putter for several years. He'll get it back, going cross-handed now. Confidence, my goodness, such an ethereal thing.
Oh, just hanging on the edge, isn't it? Just a par for Thomas, but once again, I mean, like we've already spoken about, it's wonderful to see these players over here and really embracing everything about links golf and the culture over here. For many years, there were a lot of Americans that didn't even come over here to play and complained about the conditions and everything the adverse conditions they faced over here, and it's part and parcel of what links golf and, just like we've said, the culture is all about over here.
Boo-hoo. Got to man up. Yeah, but when you first start playing links golf, NC, you probably started from a young age. Man, it can be confusing.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, I started at Gullen. This was an awkward putt to read overall in this section. It looks left to right, but actually I can see it moving the other way, so it straightens up in the end. That was a tough one to read.
It's amazing. My first game was at Gullen in a pre-qualifying for the Open. My first game on a links course. I was horrified. It was blowing a gale, the wind was coming in sideways, my wife Karen was catching free on the one hole. I couldn't find her. She was actually hiding in a bunker under the weather curtain. I said, I need the towel. No, just lick it. Just wipe it on your trousers. I did miss the qualifying by about 107 shots too. Didn't know what was going on.
Back at the tee, Jordan Spieth. That's a much better swing there. Your best finish in an Open Championship came nearby at Muirfield, 1992. Well, obviously something you enjoy about the area.
You know, I never really featured very well in the majors, and particularly the Open, because I was never a really good long putter. I was deadly inside 10 feet, but you know, when you're playing links golf and in the majors on hard, firm greens, I always had a low ball flight. You're always going to have a lot of very long putts. And, you know, if that's not your strength, you are struggling. Here's a man that can putt and pitch and drive.
Yeah, he's got it all, doesn't he? Really no weaknesses in the bag. Well, this is a terrific par 3, isn't it, Tony? Number 12.
Oh, man, the par 3s here are all just absolutely brilliant. 186 yards from back of the tees to the front. You've got that wall running down the right, that broken old wall. That comes into play too. You get a bit of a wind coming off the firth of fourth. Oh, I managed to say it.
It's a mouthful, isn't it?
I normally develop a terrible lisp when I try. The firth of fourth. But yeah, the par 3s here, oh man, they're just to die for. The 6th, the little par 3, it's only 124 yards to the front edge. Is one of the purest par 3s you'll ever see in your life, and thankfully we'll see a lot of it this week.
Don't say the firth of fourth for the 5th time, okay? McIlroy on the tee.
Well, this is just the beautiful par 3, 204 yards, this right-hand flag, and overall the green does slope right to left, so you need to favour the right half. It's got to be the perfect 8-iron for Rory McIlroy.
Lovely shot, 8-iron, 200 yards.
Well, it's 182 yards to the front. He hits his 8-iron about just shy of that to the front, so down breeze. That's the club.
That's a big hit, isn't it?
He's a big boy, Ewan. Not physically, but hits it a long way.
He's strong, isn't he?
I just think it's going to be so much fun watching these players. These first 3 holes all run in a relatively similar direction, and you're watching them launch it up in the air and try and move it a little bit from left to right. But throughout the round, you're going to see all the shots. You're going to see low ones. You're going to see draws, fades.
It's a time of year that we all look forward to with intense satisfaction, isn't it? Back-to-back links courses. Oh man, it just doesn't get better.
Thomas now.
Well, with this being a 2-tiered green, you miss this on the left, you're going to have quite a steep uphill putt coming up, so important to get it on the correct plateau.
Feeding round. That's just fine.
Back to Fleetwood at 11. Perfect tee shot.
Normally brilliant with the wedges. When he came out on tour to begin with, his wedge play wasn't brilliant, but man, he worked hard on it. On his pitching, chipping wedge play, and he's as good as any out there now.
McIntyre again leading the way, driving distance. Watched him hit a few tee shots last week, and he certainly is moving it out there, but 363, 331 to start the day. A couple of decent drives, isn't it?
It's not too bad, is it? Talking of wedge play, this man is absolutely one of the very, very best. Don't let me down, please, Jordan. Short game generally. Whew. There we go. Worked out where to land it. Perfect amount of spin. Used the contours. Delightful. What a picture that is. Just glorious out there. Gonna pitch it all the way, you would think.
That's a pretty good shot from McIntyre. Certainly an aggressive line. The 2023 Genesis Scottish Open returns to the Renaissance Club in North Berwick for the 5th year in a row. Situated adjacent to Muirfield on the coast of the Firth of Forth in East Lothian, about 25 miles from the centre of Edinburgh. Population of Edinburgh, a little over 500,000 people. That surprised me, actually. I thought it might be a little bit larger than that. Over 1,500 castles. That cannon goes off at 1 p.m. every day except Sundays. Wonderful outdoorsy Ben Nevis, Loch Ness. Beautiful hiking trails here. 900 offshore islands, 600 square miles of freshwater lots, and of course the home of golf, a national sport. Certainly a wonderful part of the world. Beautiful views there, adjacent to the 13th hole across to St Andrews. Six-year-old Bob McIntyre, a couple of DP World Tour wins. Mentioned his 4 top 10s this year, born in Oban here in Scotland. 35th in the Race to Dubai rankings, no doubt. Got his eye on a Ryder Cup spot at the end of September, but as capable as he is, he's going to have to pull his finger out, I think, if he needs to be on Luke Donald's radar. Ball positions there at number 12. Xander Schauffele's got his work cut out, Incy.
Yeah, it's on a steep uphill slope, so definitely its setup is going to add quite a lot of loft on this. You definitely want to set up with the slope, but you're also pitching it on quite a steep uphill, so this will stop quite quickly. Playing for that bump and run, pretty good. Oh, what a shot.
Told you he was good.
How do you say robbed? That caught a serious piece of the hole, didn't it?
Really did. Could have gone in for the same money, couldn't it? It's the variety of shots that you have to play around the greens that's a joy to watch, isn't it, Ewan?
It really is. It's interesting. I remember playing my first Open. I played a practice round with Padraig Harrington at Carnoustie in 2007, and he ended up winning it. So obviously I showed him everything not to do. But I was asking him about the shots. I was asking him about the shots around the greens, and really he said, yes, you do play all the shots, but he said a lot of it's just common sense. You've got to play what you're comfortable with and what the shot dictates. Fleetwood, birdie putt. This could be a double breaker here, Tony.
Oh, it was too.
Another great chance for Justin Thomas. This is breaking off the right overall. A little bit downhill as well.
That was a beautiful putting stroke, but I don't like seeing him cross-handed.
So I was thinking the same thing, and it just doesn't look right, because with an orthodox grip he just looked so good, didn't he? But I suppose you've got to do what works at the time. You know, you mentioned his putting stats have been really poor, so you've got to make changes. You've got to just try and find some answers. You know, he might go back to orthodox once he gets his confidence back. Who knows?
Well, McIlroy has had some fantastic chances early on. On the previous hole, it was definitely an awkward green. This is a bit more of an obvious break off the right, but a little bit straighter compared to Justin Thomas's angle. Once again, downhill.
I remember McIlroy went through a phase there a few years ago of putting cross-handed as well, and he was another one that it just didn't look right compared to someone like Spieth. It makes it look so natural.
Looks natural, doesn't it? He's been doing a lot of work with Brad Faxon. Looks good.
And putting like Brad Faxon.
Nobody puts like Brad Faxon. He was one of the bosses of the Moss, wasn't he? Nice. 2 under after 3 wood. Just the perfect start for McIlroy.
Spieth would have got a good read from Fleetwood. This one downhill should move a little to his left. See how much closer his hands are together than Justin Thomas when Justin Thomas putts cross-handed.
Yeah, absolutely right. And again, you know, early on we're seeing the difficulty of adapting to greens that are much slower than they used to on the PGA Tour.
Oh, the beautiful 13th hole, par 4. About as scenic as it gets, really. Hole just meandering a little bit to the left. Most players will be going with a 3-wood or long iron from the tee here with not much breeze. It's a good birdie opportunity, isn't it?
Oh, it's a magnificent hole, isn't it? I mean, this is the signature hole, really. You've got that sharp drop off down the left, out of bounds, all the way down to the beach. I mean, it's way, way down below you. We have seen guys get aggressive when it's downwind and have a go with driver, but goodness me, if you get it wrong. There's a 6 lurking. You see the white stakes out of bounds just over there.
It's probably a little more visually intimidating than what it really is, because when you look back like that and when you're standing on the fairway, it is a fairly generous target.
Absolutely. You know, as you say, once you get up at the fairway, you think, hang on, this is not that bad. And then you get on the tee again tomorrow and you think, it's shrunk again. Really is intimidating.
What a postcard, though. What a golf course. Wonderful property.
This little 3-hole stretch, the 12th as we see in the par 3, then 13, and then the 14th is a par 5 that goes back, and 12 and 14 greens are side by side, separated by that little stone wall that we saw. It's just a heavenly little bit of golf, this.
And that stone wall comes into play on quite a few holes. An integral part of the golf course too, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. No free drops from that.
We were talking about all the different golf courses along the stretch of coastline here. One that I forgot about was Archfield Links as well, which is another great golf course. I believe one of our colleagues, Anthony Wall, won the Paul Laurie match play there just a few years ago. There's our weather forecast for the day. Temperature up around 16 degrees. It'll max out today. 11 to 14 mile-per-hour breeze. It says some showers there. Not so sure it's looking that way at the moment, although it is Scotland.
Yeah, and this golf course is part of the Archerfield estate. Got a 99-year lease from the Duke of Hamilton, so all part of the same golfing wonderland.
McIlroy, it appears that he just has the long iron in hand, Incy.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, you take a driver on, it really gets very narrow, puts a lot of danger in play. So this is probably a 3-iron, carries about 240, finish up on that 280 mark. It's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, just a big slope from right to left on the fairway. So you just want to fire it right half, let it feed its way back down there. Stays on the fairway. You just don't actually ask for any more than that. Be sensible.
You probably saw that big break in the middle of the fairway. There's quite an aggressive mound. Yes, if you go down the right half, it's safe, but if you do kick down the left and you're safe, then you actually have a very good angle into this pin today.
It appears that he has the fairway wood in hand for Justin Thomas.
Fairway metal, going for the slightly more aggressive play, I would say, trying to send this down. You're not gaining a huge advantage, I would say. But these guys know what they're doing. Little higher ball trajectory.
And I know there's still a lot of golf to be played this season, but currently 70th in the FedEx Cup, Justin Thomas, so he's got his work cut out if he's to qualify for the Tour Championship at the end of the season.
Yeah, which is something it's just become second nature to him. Has it an unusual position for him? Bob McIntyre.
It's a flag that should suit him over on the right-hand side. He can hit a little left-handed draw in there. A little overly aggressive.
Yeah, only had to be a yard further left, didn't he? And it would have kicked down almost onto the green.
See a few future Genesis Scottish Open competitors in the crowd there. It was great to see last week with Rasmus Højgaard winning. There were kids everywhere shouting his name, inspiring the next generation of players. Jordan Spieth's done that for a long time.
Let's try. Keep going. That's exactly what McIntyre was attempting to do.
I've seen all the players except for Xander Schauffele so far missing that flag on the right-hand side, and I think one of the reasons is if you play safely down there to the left side of the green, you leave yourself a very difficult two-putt up and over the tier.
Yeah, that's one of the things that links golf. You know, sometimes you're better off being 40 feet away than being 15 feet away, padding up a tier with a really fast downhiller. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, fine shot there from Fleetwood. Chance to make his first birdie of the round. David Law and Thomas Dietrich are not having any issues at the moment at all. Tony making birdies, 4 under par through 6 holes, and good to see Australia's Lucas Herbert there, 2 under par through 6 holes. He's been playing the PGA Tour the last couple of years, back where it all started for him.
Nice to see Sander Lombard producing some good golf. He had a bad spell for a couple of years where he really struggled to keep his card on the DP World Tour, but he's found a bit of the magic and starting to produce some really good results.
Francesco Molinari, the 2018 Open champion, couple under par through 5 holes. Ryder Cup captain there, Luke Donald, 1 under through 5. He's been playing some decent golf, and Matthew Jordan's been playing some fantastic golf of late. He did well last week, qualified for the Open Championship, which will be played at his home golf course at Hoylake next week. And Adrian Meronk, he has become a National Open champion, specialist, hasn't he? Excuse me.
Keeps reeling them off.
Irish Open, Australian Open, Italian Open. This would be his 4th National Open in the last 12 months. Aaron Baddeley playing some pretty good golf in the US this year. Ollie Wilson was runner-up at the British Masters a couple of weeks ago.
Aaron Rye there, past winner of this tournament in 2020.
Just a 262-yard 3-iron for Rory McIlroy, up the hill as you do. But all three players in excellent positions here to attack, and you're going to think all three would be looking to make birdie. It is a tough flag though, Incy, all the way back.
Yeah, it's 174 yards, which is just a diddle with this hole being straight down breeze. I can't see it being anything more than a 9-iron, maybe just a little 8 max. It's quite a big slope going right to left in the front portion of the green, so you want to carry it all the way. But ball is above his feet.
Well, Incy, we're getting a look from behind Schauffele. He was aiming that well to the right.
He's done well to stop that quick.
Brilliant shot. Excellent shot from Schauffele.
Slightly different angle for Justin Thomas from 158 yards from the right half of the fairway. From this angle, you're playing a little bit more kind of into the breeze, on the side angle I mean, but maybe even landing it on a slight downslope compared to playing it from up the left.
How pure is that turf out there, Incy? It just looks, from our screens, it just looks so tight and just so perfect and so just ideal to be able to create spin-off.
Oh, it's just amazing. I mean, just down the left-hand side, you could see that kind of cliff edge almost, and you've got that wonderful beach. It's got perfect soft sand, and we did a beach clean earlier this week, part of the sustainability model, and trying to see what we can do to do our bit. Got plenty of kids involved as well, and that was another great shot from Justin Thomas.
Oh boy, are they attacking this flag here at 13. Excellent shot from Thomas.
Yeah, if there's a flag you're going to attack, it's this one. It's sort of in the tip of a V, this flag. There's a slope from right to left. There's a slope from left to right. Have to be aggressive.
Yeah, 157 yards to go. This is just a perfect pitching wedge. Looking to follow up what his playing partners have done.
And also aiming it well to the right. Oh, that was straight over the flag. A little bit long, but all three players with good looks at birdies here at 13. Still very early on in the opening round, but Scotland's own David Law and Belgium's Thomas Dietrich leading the way 4 under par through 6 holes. Lockie Strider, hasn't he been playing some terrific golf?
Yeah, he really has. I only found out very recently that he's James Kingston's future son-in-law. He's marrying James's daughter in September.
Goodness me.
Yeah. Yeah. Only met him at the Bedford English Open for the first time a couple of weeks ago, and that is as expected from McIntyre.
And able to create a little bit of spin from the rough there as well.
Yep, I know. He's got some touch, hasn't he?
He wore that same shirt last week.
And no sweater. You can tell he's from this part of the world. He's hardy.
Speaking of hardy, as are all the fans here in Scotland, they come out in force. Should be huge crowds throughout the week.
Oh, did it catch you?
Jordan Spieth, a very similar putt to what Justin Thomas had here. Thomas also missing it on the left-hand side, but that's good speed. Easy par for Spieth. Excellent tee shot from Fleetwood. His first birdie of the round. Just misses on the low side, so that's 3 straight pars to begin his opening round.
What a backdrop.
Well, I must say this is just absolutely breathtaking, not only because of the view, but I've also just climbed quite a steep slope as well, so a little bit out of breath. This is pretty much the dream start for Rory McIlroy, just giving himself chances after chances. This is breaking quite heavily off the right to start off with, and it should kind of neutralise towards the end. It's going to be downhill as well, but putting back into the breeze.
Hello.
I would say he's going pretty well. You see how beautiful and low he's keeping that putter to the ground through impact as well.
Fantastic, Ewan. And you know what? He's been working on reading the greens with Brad Faxon, because I've always said that Rory's biggest failing with the putting was his inability to read greens. So they're working on that, and it really is making a big difference.
How do you improve your green reading? What are you looking for?
I have no idea, because I was absolutely dreadful. You know, a lot of it's down to eyesight. You know, it's a gift when you've got fabulous eyesight. A guy like Mark McNulty, I mean, he had supervision, Superman vision, I should say. I struggled. I had an imbalance in my eyes, and I relied entirely on my caddies to read slope, and I tried everything in the book. I mean, I used to chart the greens in practice rounds with a spirit level, and I mean, really, that's how bad it was. And so I'm the wrong one to ask, how do you improve the ability to read greens? I'll pass.
But basically what you're saying is it's very difficult to do. All right, now Schauffele for birdie. Another one goes a-begging.
It is a gift. And you know, when you talk to guys who can read greens, they think you're an idiot. You know, it's like sleep apnea. Well, why does somebody just stop breathing when they're sleeping? We can't understand it unless you do it. You know, it's just one of those things.
Well, it should be nothing more than a mere formality for Justin Thomas for a birdie. Incy, what's your answer to that? How do you improve your green reading skills?
I think it's a very difficult thing to do. It depends how you, I guess, take those feels. Some people feel it in their feet, others trust it more in their eyes. I mean, Victor Perez does a brilliant drill where he puts a tee peg down on where he believes the read is, and then he does his aim point and puts another tee peg down. So ideally, you want those tee pegs to kind of overlap each other, but yeah, there's loads of different ways to do it.
Terrific birdie from Justin Thomas. He's into red figures. Let's go back to the tee. McIntyre out with the fairway metal in hand.
Perfect shape of hole for his shape of shot. Gentle fade.
Interesting to see at the end of the week the fairways hit percentage here at 13. You'd have to think it would be at least 80-85% players just taking long irons, generous landing area.
Yeah, if you play it sensibly and conservatively, you can aim it at that, even right of that TV tower sticking up on the horizon. That line right there. You've got the slope from right to left. There is a flat area, but if you hit it a little further right, it feeds back into the fairway. It's the guys that get aggressive here and try and get down to the green. Man, we saw last year 7s and 8s, and poof, this hole could grab you if you try to be a bit of a smart aleck.
I just love the fact that all of these holes just take on a completely different complexion when the conditions change. This hole straight back into a 30-mile-an-hour wind, all of a sudden you do hit driver off the tee and balls can go sideways.
And your legs are quivering. Quivering standing on that tee with the driver.
Perfect for Fleetwood. All three players, for that matter, here at 13. The first feature group of McIlroy, Thomas and Schauffele. They've made their way to the par 3 14th. 161 yards. Terrific little hole, Tony.
Isn't it just? And that stone wall comes into play. We've seen a lot of guys over the years just scuttle through the green, very undulating green, and you don't want to be finding that front bunker either. Steep-sided.
Bit of an elongated green as well, isn't it? It's not that deep, only 23 feet in the right half there.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Par 3s, Tom Doak, what a job he's done here. And particularly with the par 3s, I think they're sensational. And you are exposed standing on this tee. My goodness, there's nothing between you and the 11ths.
Yeah, I'll be interested to get Incy's thoughts here. The fact that the tee is elevated, so you are exposed to the wind, and how much it's going to affect the shots.
Minds are churning. Yardage books out. Trying to make a plan. There's a good view of it. Wind into the face. Nothing to shelter it. Asks a lot of good questions, this hole, Lindsay.
It really does, Tony. I mean, from 161 yards, like you guys said, it is an elevated tee box and definitely one of the most exposed parts of the golf course. And it does play downhill at least half a club, make it 155. But for the first time, we're playing straight into the breeze. I reckon it's just shy of 2 clubs, so maybe about 170 yards is its playing yardage. This is what the guys are dealing with. You've got the raw yardage and playing yardage, so just a little 8 for McIlroy perhaps, just a chippy one.
Exactly right. That's the way to go. If you're into a 2-club wind, take an extra club and hit it softly. Keep spin off it. Spin is your enemy. Into a strong wind.
Well, links golf will really expose if you don't have any weakness in your game, won't it? Oh, sorry, excuse me. If you do have a weakness in your game, it'll really expose it.
Absolutely. And you'll know it.
And I like what Justin Thomas is doing right now. He had 2 clubs in his hand, just standing over it to see and try and feel which one he prefers, because the truth is you've got a million different ways to play this shot. I'm sure you could putt it if you really wanted to, but you know, you could club up quite a lot and take everything off it, or you can try and, you know, bullet one down there, put it in the back of your stance. So that's what links golf does to you. It definitely forces plenty of creativity, and that's why we love it. The danger here from the elevated tee box playing into the breeze, as soon as you get too much spin, it stalls up. You just don't want to end up in that front bunker, because the chances are that you can be plugged.
That's a big yardage book cover in his back pocket. Looks like he's the yellow pages he's got in there.
Heard of the yellow pages in a long time. Beautiful shot there from Thomas. He really, to me, plays those shots as well as anyone in professional golf. Like, it's one thing to be able to take some speed off and slow it down, but to be able to get it all in sync and flight the ball correctly, it takes a lot of skill, and he does it beautifully.
I also feel like it's definitely a tee box where you'll hit quite a few shots in the practice round just to kind of gain that confidence and trust with the correct club in hand. This is the prevailing breeze out here. follow through. Punchy. Making out to the right, perhaps.
Stop. Stop.
It's just hung on to the edge there. Rory McIlroy on a start for the Northern Irishman, 3 under par through 4 holes. Let's have a look at how he's done that. Started off on number 10, the par 5. 373-yard opening tee shot, hit a beautiful 6-iron in there, Tony. Left himself just over 20 feet for an eagle.
Did the right thing. If it goes in, it goes in, but just nudged it up to hole side. Pretty good read. Opening birdie. Away and running.
A rock solid par at 11. Beautiful 8-iron here at the par 3 12th, and an even better putt. That was the first of 2 really good putts he's holed so far. This was the other one at 13 to get to -3.
Puts a glorious stroke on that. Excellent read. Absolutely dead set. 3 under after 4. McIlroy making an early statement.
That mallet putter, it just looks right in his hands, doesn't it? I remember Tiger used a mallet putter for a while. He almost won actually at Bellerive in 2018 using one, but to me it just didn't look right in Tiger's hand.
No, it didn't.
Rory, it does.
It does, yeah. It's weird that, isn't it? Some guys just look made for one design of putter.
Mark McNulty, would it have looked right, him using a mallet or anything other than a bullseye, to be honest?
No, I would have beaten him with a baseball bat if it's changed to a mallet. I mean, that the bullseye putter. Same with Bob Charles.
Crenshaw.
Bob Charles, Crenshaw with the blade putter. Was it the 8802, the old Wilson 8802? They were so similar. The 8802, the Arnold Palmer, the 8813. But yeah, it just looked like he was born with it in his hands.
Well, Nancy, this should be a gimme. Give me what we've just seen the last 2 holes.
Saying it's in its tapping range, right? This is a birdie chance for Rory McIlroy once again. Breaking off his right initially, and it will straighten up. If anything, go the other way.
It's not in, but pretty good lag from down there from McIlroy.
You know, I've always wondered, you know, but the sweet spot on the bullseye was so tiny. And why would you need a huge sweet spot on the putter?
Spieth hits the sweet spot in the putter nearly every single time.
I can see it, you know, for the weekend golfer, you know, a huge sweet spot. But I mean, these guys hit millions of putts.
Do you remember Jesper Parnevik using a putter that was, and Jaco Van Zyl did as well, it was barely bigger than the golf ball. It was a little square thing.
Remember, yeah, tiny little thing. That's the way to go.
That would have been Shanks Central for me.
Well, this is going to be quite a fun putt, but difficult to judge the pace on this one. It's steep uphill and then it dramatically goes down. Really difficult to judge this one.
I can think about it.
Fleetwood birdie putt at 13. Just a shorter version of what Rory McIlroy had down the hill. He's missed a couple of good chances early on, Fleetwood. Should be his 4th consecutive par.
A right to left putt for Justin Thomas, and I'm definitely seeing this outside the hole. Perhaps a ball should do. It's a little bit down here on the last 3 feet of the putt as well.
Just charged it through the break.
lovely conditions, 15-mile-an-hour wind, so it tests your long game, but it doesn't move the ball around much on the putting green, if at all. And McIntyre rolls one in. Nicely done, Bob.
Well, Scotland, good par there for Thomas. Scotland they almost claimed everything last week in Denmark. On the final day, you had Sandy Scott and Grant Forrest make hole-in-ones on 16. McIntyre and Richie Ramsey both had opportunities to win down the stretch. How good would it be to see a Scottish winner here on Sunday?
It would be a delight. Can you imagine the crowds? Imagine the support.
And so many of them are playing well too. Not only the two that I just mentioned, you'd currently have David Law on top of the leaderboard at 4 under par as well.
And no more knowledgeable crowds than the Scottish crowds. Irish crowds are up there, of course. They know their golf. They know when you've blagged a shot, when you've got one a bit skinny and it's run up close. You'll get a bit of a pitter-patter of applause, but they know it wasn't the way it should be.
There's a great appreciation for it, isn't there? And then in turn, I think the players have an appreciation for their appreciation.
There's no question.
Tricky one here for Schauffele for par. A little further than I thought. You know, there's a reason he plays so well in the big tournaments, because they expose any weakness in your game. And looking at his statistics throughout the year, he's in the top 12 in tee to green play, approach play, and putting.
So he's not a hacker. He's got it all,
the
actually.
Opposite of that, yeah.
And he's got such a good mind. You know, he's got a great demeanour on the course. He's calm and a good thinker. For the par for McIlroy. Well done. He's looking dangerous.
Well, the qualification for the European team at the 2023 Ryder Cup has begun.
The Ryder Cup. "12 men, 1 team. Europe versus the United States. 6 qualifying places up for grabs. Plus 6 captain's picks. It's all to play for. The 2023 Ryder Cup. Who will join me?
The next 3 leading players from the world points list will make the team, and then 6 captains' picks. Automatic qualifiers will be confirmed early in September. The 6 captains' picks is an interesting one. This is how things currently stand with the European points list. John Rahm, Rory McIlroy, you know they'll be there in the side. Yannick Paul, that's an interesting one, looking to play his first Ryder Cup. He's been having a tremendous 12 months. This is the world points list. Victor Hovland, he'll be there. So will the other 2 players there, Tyrrell Hatton and Matt Fitzpatrick. And this is how things stand with the American side at the moment. Isn't that a formidable team? Scotty Scheffler, Wyndham Clark, the US Open champion, Brooks Koepka, Xander Schauffele, Cantlay, Homer. Well, it's sure to be an incredible Ryder Cup in Rome at the end of September. This man in your picture here, looking to make his Ryder Cup debut. Bob McIntyre, a couple under par through 4 holes. As so often happens, Tony, when you try and punch one under the breeze, you get well ahead of it. You look a bit out to the right.
It can happen so easily, and that is a real wide, isn't it? And the longer stuff, he'll need all of his skill around the greens for that one.
Well, this is the hole 15 where he had the persimmon wood out yesterday. You can see it on Twitter at Rory McIlroy, but teeing it high and letting it fly, Rory McIlroy.
far left. Ooh, there's some thick stuff down there. Oh my.
Well, even the best in the world aren't immune to the fact that he's teed it up high, he's tried to smash it, he's gotten a little bit behind it, flipped it and hooked it left. Now Justin Thomas.
Well, it's 488 yards once again down off the left with that wind direction. You've got 9 bunkers on this hole alone. You've got 5 on the right hand side and 2 fairway bunkers further ahead. You definitely want to hug the left half here.
Yeah, beautiful tee shot from Thomas. I just love watching him hit the different shots. Little fade there. We'll just find the first cut on the right hand side, but that'll be just fine. Xander now.
Well, the landing area is quite tight. It pinches in around 295 yards. But once you get past that point, it does typically open up. You just got to be watchful of the fairway bunkers down the right, like I said.
To an excellent tee shot down the right half for Schauffele. Not an easy tee shot there. Back at the par 3, 14th. Spieth on the tee.
Longer follow through, a lot fuller and hitting it a lot harder than some of the other players. Maybe just stalled a little into the wind, but it's okay. Putter out already. It's a good sign. I think we'll see a more restricted follow through from Tommy Fleetwood. He likes these shots where he just takes a bit off it.
Tommy Fleetwood typically loads into his right side so well in his backswing, but you just notice there, coming back into the breeze, that weight will stay more centered.
It's going to trickle away down there where Xander Schauffele was. Ooh, maybe even a little worse. Still going.
The breeze just starting to pick up a little bit here at the Renaissance Club. David Law, Thomas Dietrich. 4 under par through 8 holes. Excellent start. Sander Lombard, who you mentioned, Tony Johnstone, 3 under par. Good to see him playing well. McIlroy in our feature groups off to a hot start. McIntyre, a couple under par. Great to see all the American flags. Of course, it is a sanctioned event between the PGA Tour and the DP World Tour. JT Poston's played some terrific golf the past 12 months. Torbjorn Olesen, he was a winner earlier this year in Thailand. Ewan Ferguson had to pull out last week. It's a shame he wasn't feeling well. Nick Taylor, a winner of the RBC Canadian Open a month ago. McIntyre's second at the par 3, 14th.
He's done pretty well there. I mean, you could see the club just came to a dead stop in that thick, lush fescue. I wonder how many are on sick leave today.
I think when DP World Tour and the PGA Tour comes to Scotland and the UK in general, there's a lot of understanding bosses.
They have to be, yeah. I mean, thankfully a lot of the bosses enjoy golf too. So.
Well, it's unusual to see McIlroy miss a fairway, but it shouldn't be too bad there on the left-hand side. I'm sure Incy can tell us a little more.
Yeah, it's definitely not as bad as I thought, especially after his reaction from 162 yards. Everything about this lie is calling it an absolute flyer. It's sitting on a bit of a launch pad. There's, you know, a couple of blades of grass that's behind the ball. So when that club comes down, it's going to take a bit of spin off it. It's straight down breeze as well. I even think a pitching wedge from 162 yards is a little bit too much.
What's his number? If he's 162 to the flag, how far is he trying to fly this, do you think?
I reckon he's just looking to pitch this at least about 155 perhaps. He can generate enough speed and spin to get it stopping quick enough. You just don't want this carrying miles.
That's right about where he landed it, isn't it? But just trickling towards the back of the green. May have needed to land that somewhere around the front.
.144 yards to go from the right hand side, and from this angle the wind's a little bit more off the left, but once again mostly down as well, helping. Definitely eyeing up a couple of yards left this flag. The wind should do the rest. Slightly tighter light, so should stop a bit quicker than McIlroy's.
Looks like he's on a little bit of an upslope there. Oh boy.
A little bit chunky, wasn't it? Big ball first, then small ball. Mother Earth.
Well, Justin Thomas's ball's done very well not to go in the bunker. I mean, they're small, but because everything around them kind of gathers the ball in, they almost play bigger than they actually are. Schauffele from 135, looking to cruise one in once again. Keep the spin down, control that ball flight.
Just flew it a little bit too far. I think all three players, we would have expected better results with wedge in hand. Back to Spieth at 14, Tony.
Birdie putt. Up the tier. Will it get there? It had the legs. Good try.
Just find it phenomenal how well he has putted from 15 to 25 feet in his career versus how he is from 5-6 feet.
It's just frightening, isn't it? I remember a couple of years ago his average, he was holding 1 in 4 from 25 feet. Was it 1 in 4, I think? Which is unbelievably
25%. High. No other player would be over 10 or 11, I would imagine.
Not even close. And yet, as you say, I mean, his bugbear has always been really 3 feet, and then maybe even the 2-footers he doesn't like, strangely enough. For a guy who's such a brilliant putter, you know, his first, when he won the Masters, he used to look at the hole and, you know, you thought straight away, well, this guy must have had putting issues.
Yeah. Freddie Couples was a little bit like that too, 2-3 feet away. McIntyre, this would be a tremendous par save, wouldn't it? All caused by the tee shot. I'll be back to 1 under par. At what age do you stop wearing a white belt? Should you stop wearing a white belt?
I stopped at about 4.
A lot of these players might need reminding. I was guilty of it, I'll admit. I think 27, 28. Once you get past that, you're clutching at straws.
You know, I quite like white belts. I don't wear them, but I do. It looks right on some people. I mean, a white belt on Greg Norman it looked the part.
Mm-hmm.
But
Johnny Miller.
Well, I mean, if I had white belts, I'll tell you what, they wouldn't fit around me anymore. Oh my goodness, the price of loving chocolate cake and sweeties.
Ewan, I don't know if that was a generic question or a personal one.
Are you for or against white belts, Incy?
To be honest, I don't really wear a belt, Tony.
No.
Yeah, us girls get elastic trousers and it makes it a lot easier. Normally don't have the option to wear a belt, actually. Just trying to figure out who's going to go first. We've got Justin Thomas just off the green, who looks ready, but it is under Schauffele.
It's interesting looking at the, just had a graphic pop up on the screen there, Incy, of Xander Schauffele's putting this season, and he's one of the better putters on the PGA Tour. And we were just talking about Jordan Spieth's proficiency from 20 to 25 feet, holding almost 25%. Xander this season 7.4%, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, this isn't easy to make, to be honest. It's a little bit downhill, but breaking hard off the right. There's a big mound just right of it.
You talk about how some players look comfortable cross-handed. He does.
Well, it's interesting noting, and we spoke about it before with Jordan Spieth's cross-handed grip. Xander Schauffele and Jordan Spieth, their cross-handed grip, their hands are very close together. Justin Thomas, they're separated quite a bit. Now here's the saw, or the claw, Fleetwood, par putt. Well, this has been a rough start, hasn't it?
Oh, man. He's missed 3 of those. Hard for it not to dent the confidence a little.
Yeah, we're just talking about how far away the balls are, given they only had a wedge in hand, but it's pretty strong down breeze. Of course, McIlroy had a bit of a flyer light, so it's always difficult to get that stopping. About 40, 50 feet, I would say. Outside chance for sure, just putting back into the breeze, and we saw how quickly Schauffele's putt slowed down. So I wonder if McIlroy's going to give this one a bit more beans.
Oh, McIlroy. This is incredible stuff, isn't it? It's his worst drive of the day. Walks away with a birdie.
I was just about to say, take 2 putts and run.
What's his total length of putts holed through 6 holes? It's got to be over 100 feet already. And he joins Dietrich and Law at the top, 4 under par. Goodness me, Rory McIlroy. Let's take another look at that. Up the hill, 40 feet.
Wasn't going anywhere else, was it? Ever.
There you get a good look at his hands, just how far apart they are compared to Schauffele and Spieth. Uphill, breaking to his left. Well, left himself a little bit of work.
T. Jordan Spieth. Pretty much straight downwind. They like it.
Yeah, I've watched Jordan Spieth play quite a bit over the last few years, and certainly a few times this year, and he has picked up a lot of distance off the tee. Jordan Spieth, perhaps worrying less now about technique. He's got that part down pat, now just hitting it, freewheeling it.
Return putt for Justin Thomas. These are the ones that test the confidence, aren't they? Every golfer knows that.
Beautifully done. That's a good 2-putt. Couple under par through 6 holes. Solid start for Justin Thomas, but being left in Rory McIlroy's wake at the moment. Back on the tee, McIntyre. Well, will be interesting to see distance comparison to Spieth here, because Spieth has picked up, as I mentioned, quite a bit of yardage this year, and McIntyre's hit a couple of big tee shots already this morning.
Yeah, he is very sneakily long, McIntyre. You know, he's got that big, wide, smooth action. It sort of almost surprises you. It doesn't look like he's going after it, but he does get it out there. Tommy Fleetwood, one of the straighter drivers in the game. Week in and week out, consistently good. Just giving that one a long look. Oh, that's just ideal.
Three beautiful tee shots from this trio at 15. Thomas Dietrich, 4 under par through 8 holes. He's been joined by Rory McIlroy. 3 excellent putts that McIlroy has holed so far. David Law with the drop shot. At 9, he's back to 3 under par. And let's take a look at the long par 5 16th, Tony.
Yeah, I tell you what, the par 5s, you know, it all depends on the wind, doesn't it? You know, some of the par 4s become par 5s, some of the 5s become 4s. 566 yards.
Yeah, it's playing pretty much straight into the breeze. Got to be watchful for those 2 fairway bunkers down the left.
It's quite an intimidating tee shot from the very back tee there, and this is actually one of the holes that the tour has spoken about moving the tee up a little bit should it get up to its projected 25-30 mile per hour forecast.
Well, they moved the tees forwards by about 10 yards or so. With those bunkers on the left, you will see a lot of players playing it out towards that right half, and you bail it out there, the rough definitely comes into play, definitely making this a 3-shotter then. But the second shot's all downhill, so if you get a good drive going, you've got a good chance.
Went after that one, didn't he? Justin Thomas. Perfect tee shot there down the left-hand side. Watched young Tom McKibben hit one in the Pro-Am here yesterday. Boy, doesn't he give it a ride.
He sure does.
Yeah, McGibbon's a very impressive golfer, generates so much speed. Xander Schauffele, not as long, that's for sure. But you don't want to lash at this one. The harder you hit it, the more spin you generate, and into the breeze. It's exactly what you don't want. You know what they say, when it's breezy, swing it easy.
That is beautiful golf swing, and you notice there his ball finisher just back at his left heel, just trying to keep that down a little bit more, and that is ideal down the right half. Back to 15. Fleetwood first to play, but just a wedge in hand, Tony.
Yeah, we've seen how difficult it is downwind to get this close to the flag. You've got to land it in the ideal position. There's a little upslope just short of the flag, and that is very, very pretty indeed.
Perhaps a chance for his first birdie of the day, Tommy Fleetwood. There we go. McIntyre longest in the group again, 354. Goodness me. It's a good golf course to improve your driving distance this week. Spieth, gap wedge in hand.
Finally, from 123 yards, Bob McIntyre asking it to go hard. Would have expected a little better than that, I think.
Done the exact same holiday. Yeah. I'm just
Certainly is a star-studded field here at the Genesis Scottish Open. Big couple of weeks, really. Golf, the Open Championship next week. Spieth, a winner back in 2017. Population just over 500,000 people here in Edinburgh. It really is a wonderful place to come. Scotland, a wonderful country, over 1,500 castles here. And of course the golf is second to none, really. The Renaissance Club, an absolute beauty.
It's a hard thing, isn't it, to design a links course and make it feel 100 years old when it's only about 15. Takes a great eye of somebody like Tom Doak, obviously, to make it feel like it's been here forever.
We're seeing a lot more of that style globally too. Of course, we saw it with Bandon Dunes in America and then Barnbougle Dunes down in Australia. We're seeing it in New Zealand now. Tasmania in Australia is becoming a big hotbed. Matthew Goggin, former tour player, is building a course called 7 Mile Beach down there. But you're right, it's not an easy thing to create something modern with a retro feel.
No, it really isn't. I think Mike Clayton at 7 Mile Beach is involved in that.
He's designing it, correct? Yeah, Goggin, Goggin owns it.
Yeah.
Owns the land. All right, three excellent tee shots, Incy, from our feature group here.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. In prime position. Justin Thomas to go first. He's hit his drive 273 yards, but he's got 298 yards to go. And like I said, playing straight into the breeze, so quite a long second shot. Everything does play downhill though, so if you get a good bounce, you can definitely get this chasing. And don't forget, the pin is at the back, so you've got a good chance to at least reach the front. Give yourself a chance to putt. The challenge really is actually picking a line, because it's a blind second shot. Pretty much hitting into the trees in the distance. There is a crane there, our TV crane in fact, which is a great indicator on where to aim.
Well, while Justin Thomas waits for the green to clear up ahead, let's go back to 15. McIntyre birdie putt. Try and get back that drop shot on the previous hole.
Yeah, with the wedge in hand, he would have been expecting a much shorter birdie opportunity. Good speed there. You couldn't find 3 nicer human beings in one 3-ball on a pro tour anywhere in the world, could you?
I'm good.
Yep, looks like they've got the green indicator. They're ready to go. Just shy of 300 yards for Justin Thomas. It's about 268 to the front, so it's still a long way to go into this breeze. So I'd imagine looking to keep this flight down. Pitch just short of the green there. There's a big spine and it could really bounce either way, left or right. So important to try and make that carry.
Boy, we got a good look at the ball flight there, flighting it down. Just losing it a little bit to the right. Shouldn't be too bad a miss. Plenty of green to work with, but playing a long way, Incy, back into the breeze.
Yeah, it's definitely playing its full yardage. The downhill and the breeze into almost counteracts itself. So 292 yards definitely plays all of its yardage. You just don't want a spinny one. As soon as you start fading and fizzling out of it, then it's going to move even further. So you want quite a neutral ball flight without too much spin.
So difficult to chase this ball onto the screen, pitching it short. There's a big ridge in the fairway running straight up the middle of the fairway, and it drops off left, it drops off right, and it kicks either way. You've almost got to get a little lucky.
Well, that's a good looking shot from Shoffley, leaving an good position just shy of the green. Back to Spieth for a birdie at 15. McIlroy at 16. So how do you take the spin off it, Incy, when you know you want to hit it hard enough to get it to the green?
Well, I think McIlroy is looking to carry this all the way. His 3-wood carries 290 yards into the breeze, and this hole's 282 for the second shot. So McIlroy was actually trying to do the opposite and carry it all the way and get it to stop a bit quicker. Doesn't like it though.
Yeah, like
Wait.
any golfer, you try and hit it extra hard. So easy to just lose the rhythm, lose the timing. Looked like he got it a bit out the toe, judging by his body language. I'm not sure where it's gone. Let's head back to the tee, to Tommy Fleetwood.
Coming off his first birdie of the day. Good opportunity here to go back to back. Got to get this ball in the fairway. Usually very proficient at doing so. Interesting looking at that ball speed there. 168. Same ball speed that McIlroy had yesterday with Johnny Morgan's Persimmon Club on 15, albeit that was back into the breeze.
He's a flasher, isn't he? Man, watching one Sunday around at the exhibition match with Justin Rose at Sunnydale, the two of them, the ball makes a different sound too off the irons with those guys.
Jordan Spieth looks like he's swinging the club pretty well. I was watching him at the Wells Fargo a couple of months ago in the United States, and he was hitting it all over the golf course. The Army golf going left, right, but he's looking a lot more in sync.
Yeah, when his driver goes off, it really can go sideways, can't it? I think that's probably what has held him back a little bit, if you can say it's held him back. Such a fine player. Bob McIntyre, another one. Over the last, I suppose, 18 months or so, hasn't really had the drive under complete control, but that's a beaut.
The Genesis Scottish Open leaderboard as it stands. Rory McIlroy and Thomas Dietrich 4 under par. One of 5 Rolex Series events for the year. Thorbjorn Olesen, what a terrific start. 3 under par through 4 holes. He's had a great season. He'll be looking to play in his second Ryder Cup this season. Scotland's Ewan Ferguson. 2 under par through 3 holes. I was having a chat to him last week. He said, does it sound weird when I call you Ewan? I said, I feel like I'm talking in third person. He said, yeah, I hear you. Not too many Ewans around. Sam Burns, what a player he has become. He'll be on that Ryder Cup team.
I always felt a bit uncomfortable when I couldn't see a green. When you stand back there, you can't see the 16th green for the second shot. Sort of heading into the wild blue yonder.
We look at Justin Thomas walking back to his ball. What's his lie like over there, Incy?
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's in the wispy stuff, but it's quite dry, so it shouldn't really grab the club at all. It'll be difficult to generate any sort of spin from that lie, though, so I do see this releasing out as soon as it hits the putting surface.
Incy, I have a quick question. I mentioned the size of his yardage book and said it looked like a yellow pages. Being of the younger era, do you even know what I'm talking about when I say
I do, Tony.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
I've just about made the cut.
I thought I was going to have to explain it. Massively thick business phone directory.
Never had to use one, though.
No, because you know how to use a laptop.
What a shot this is from Justin Thomas.
Oh, what touch. Beautifully played. Worth another look. It's always a question of just what strike you get. It only takes one blade of grass of this stringy, fescue rough to get between club and ball, and it can destroy your plans, but not this time. Just about perfection.
Just brilliant, wasn't it? And NC, we know Justin Thomas has all the shots, but when you come over here and play links golf, how much does attitude count as well? Because we know how much he loves and enjoys playing this style of golf too.
Yeah, I think you can look at it on both sides. I think, you know, on the one hand, you can enjoy the challenge and really kind of thrive from that. But on the other hand, you need a lot of patience. And for Rory McIlroy, 42 yards. Got to carry the front portion, take it out of play. Oh, wow. Touch of class.
Beautifully done. We didn't see his ball land with his second shot, but it looked like he came out of it and lost it to the right, but ended up in a pretty good position there, didn't it? Pitching back into the breeze, and an excellent opportunity to take the outright lead at 5 under par.
As NC described, electing to carry it over the ridge.
See his follow through there, how much he rotated to the left and how much that club exited to the left on the follow through.
Yeah, Schauffele once again pitching from a tight lie. Needs to do similar sort of thing where he carries that front half out of play. So many humps and hollows on the greens. He's played it differently, pitched it on the downhill slope. I didn't see that.
It's a good result, but did you think for that style of shot he might have played with a little bit of a straighter face? He still used a sandwich or a lob wedge, but tried to play it low and running?
Yeah, I was surprised he used as much loft, but he got it way back in his stance, hands ahead, so he did de-loft it. But we're seeing the joy of short game wizardry around a links course. You know, he could probably have played 5 or 6 different shots from there, and it's the art is picking the right shot, landing it where you want to land it with the right loft. You know, as opposed to a lot of modern golf courses, you know, the guys just walk up and it's just a lob wedge, lob wedge, lob wedge, lob wedge, lob wedge. Throw away the lob wedge. I'm starting to sound really old now. Yeah. But it's true, you know, so many guys, and I don't know if it comes from the coaching or what, but they only see one shot, lob wedge. You know, you've got 8 clubs in the bag that you could chip with, you know.
Tony, say lob wedge one more time, please.
Lob wedge, lob wedge, lob wedge. 2 bonuses there, NC. But yeah, I could see why you thought he was going in the aerial route, NC. He did have a lot of loft for that type of shot, didn't he?
It was a back foot little runner. But that's why links golf is a wonderful game. Makes it so much more fun, especially for me.
Yeah, absolutely. For all of us, NC. It's just, it's real golf, isn't it?
Chance to get to red figures here for Schauffele. Shouldn't be a whole lot in this, I wouldn't think, Tony.
No, I would have suspected a little right to left, but I think you're right. I think straight and firm is probably going to go. Yeah. Nicely held. Tiny bit of right to left. If only I could have read the greens this well when I was playing, as opposed to on screen. Man.
Gosh, it's easier in here, isn't it?
And you know what? The sad thing is, the longer you do commentary, the better you remember yourself as having played. Oh dear.
It's true, isn't it? Well, there's a future Genesis Scottish Open participant right there. And McIlroy a chance to take the outright lead. 5 under par through 7 holes. This would be if this goes in, and given the length of putts we've seen him hold, this should be a formality, really.
And he reads these putts a lot quicker now. He's uncomplicated the game. You see, 18 months ago I would have been worried over that putt. I would have thought, well, you know, where's he going to hit it? You know?
Well, my theory is with these players, they all putt really well when everyone putts well when you're a kid, because you don't overanalyze, you don't think, you have putting competitions with your friends, you just put the ball down and hit it. And if you can go back to your natural instincts like that, you don't have time to think too many thoughts and negative thoughts.
I am so with you, Ian. So with you. Here's a guy who does it very naturally, doesn't he?
He does. McIntyre waiting back in the fairway there for Justin Thomas to try and clean up here to make it 3 birdies here at 16. Well, this would be a fantastic start. 3 under par through 7 holes, but they're all being left in McIlroy's wake at the moment.
Ooh, okay.
Sit in the right-hand side.
Catches the edge of the hole. We're having a bit of a treat this morning, aren't we, with this standard of golf from the stars. As you see, it's a blind second. That crane in the background, that tall crane, is normally a pretty good line.
Drilling it fairly low. That looked like it's fading off to the left a little bit. Not really the side you want to miss on. It's a generous flag in the middle, but you've certainly got a lot more room from the right-hand side. Trying to draw one in here low and chase it up, I would think, Tony.
Yeah, that's a shot, isn't it, Tommy? Well, he can hit any shot, actually. He's got the ability to shape it either way. He doesn't like it, though. Let's see what Spieth can come up with.
Oh, he's starting that well to the right, trying to sling it back from right to left. He likes it.
I can never take my eye off his left index finger. How it, you know, it looks like he's got the longest left index finger on the planet.
It does, doesn't it?
It just doesn't sort of, he doesn't tie it in very tightly. It floats a bit, doesn't it?
Well, a group of McIlroy, Schauffele and Thomas heading to the par 3 17th, where this week double hole-in-one prizes on offer for the first player to score a hole-in-one. An ace on the par 3 17th will win an electrified Genesis for the player and his caddy. Tony?
Oh, I love that, man. I think that's just such a wonderful gesture. Wonderful gesture.
Well, given the standard of play we've seen across the first 7 holes, it could happen pretty early. It could happen right now. Flag over on the right-hand side. Fairly generous. That's a beautiful set of wheels, isn't it? Something that I believe Jordan Smith familiar with.
Yes. And his caddy. I love it. I love the fact that the caddy gets a vehicle too, because you know we know how involved the caddy is in club selection, shot shape. Give them a bit of joy too.
They're great sponsors of Golf Genesis. Of course, they sponsor the Genesis Invitational on the PGA Tour at Riviera. I know back in Australia they do a lot of stuff with Golf at Home as well. Of course, in Korea, being a Korean-made company. All right, Rory McIlroy.
189 yards to go with this front pin location on the right-hand side. Breeze off the right as well. I think it's going to be quite tough to hold this one. I think your best chance for a hole-in-one pin location is definitely something on the left. This green does slope off the right. And although the wind's died down, the flag's not really moving. I can't really feel it. I mean, just standing here, I think I'm a little bit sheltered as well. But looking at the tops of trees, the breeze is definitely there, but you want to try and hit a high fade if you can. Try and hold it against that wind, get the ball landing softer.
And see, they had the flag over here the one day last year when there was a hoolie blowing off the right, and it was literally impossible to get it within 50 feet to this flag.
Yeah, it's such a challenging pin. I mean, you come up short. There's a bit of a mound as well, which definitely comes into play, which is why I kind of prefer that high fade, taking that out of play and hold it up against the breeze.
Feeds away down into that trough. Long putt to come. My goodness. And undulating.
Yeah, this green's crazy. It's easy to do as well. Any sort of right to left movement on this ball with the breeze off the right, the ball's definitely going to go left. Let's see what Schauffele can do. We've described the shot. Can you pull it off? 186. This is probably the perfect 6-iron, if not club up to 5.
Just very difficult to keep it on that shelf on the right-hand side, and it's going to leave a very long and tricky 2-putt up the tier for Schauffele. The man in your picture there, Rory McIlroy, currently leading the way in the Genesis Scottish Open at 5 under par through 7 holes. Back to McIntyre. Second time pitching from the long grass, Tony, today.
So difficult to control it. Yeah, and he really, that's a smart shot. He had to leave the flag alone there. Done well to get it as close as he did. Big ridge in front of him, just nothing to work with.
Well, unsurprisingly, the crowd's out in force here on Thursday morning. Huge crowds here over the weekend. Fleetwood third shot, similar position to McIntyre.
Sounded like he had a better lie, could get more of a strike on it, and that's beautifully played.
Starting to find his range, isn't he, Tommy Fleetwood? Last couple of holes.
He just needs to hold a putt or two, doesn't he? Get the confidence back. It's started off on the last hole. Maybe that was the turning point with the putter. Speed.
Plenty of green to work with. Shouldn't be overly difficult shot from there. Again, coming in with plenty of loft. He would have liked a little bit more release on that. Chance for a birdie.
Three great ambassadors for our game, right there.
They really are. All of these players are, aren't they? Oh, McIlroy's got some work to do here, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the lie, it's not too bad. It is sat down a little bit, but no real trouble. If anything, there's actually a sprinkler head just on the edge of the fringe here, which I think is pretty much bang on his line. If anything, needs to flirt with the left edge of it to get this close. But you'll probably see a bit more of a poppy follow through. All kicks downhill.
Very well done there from our leader, Rory McIlroy. If he meant to land it that far short, I have a feeling he might have tried to fly it a little bit further, but certainly a wonderful result. Incy Mehmet mentioned that sprinkler there could be in his way, and he's just bypassed it there, and well, he's left himself an excellent chance of an up and down.
Where else would you rather be than at watching the world's best on a links course in nice testing conditions?
Wonderful to have the Rolex Series event, the Genesis Scottish Open, here this week. McIntyre to get to 2 under par.
We've got a big putt coming up for Xander Schauffele, just the 72 feet. Steep uphill, breaking off the left. This is going to move. Look how fast that slowed down.
Steep tier.
Well, Spieth, this should be just outside right edge, a fairly slow putt up the hill. Beautifully done. Thought that was going to pull up just a little bit shy then.
I did too. Absolutely dead weighted it, didn't he?
And into red figures for the first time today, which is where Justin Thomas is at the moment, 3 under par, but I'd assume he would have learnt a lot from Schauffele's putt there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a good idea of what this is doing. The difficulty is actually getting the putt up by the hole.
Birdie putt to get to 4 under par, but I think realistically within a 2-foot circle he would be very pleased, and that's a good effort.
Yeah, even our camera view there didn't do justice to how difficult that was.
We just saw Jordan Spieth move it to red figures. Tommy Fleetwood this to do the same here at 16. Beautifully done. That's back-to-back birdies at 15 and 16 for Fleetwood. No panic.
No panic. He doesn't panic, you know. When we were at Sunnydale on Sunday, I asked Claire, his lovely wife, I said, is he this calm away from the golf course? She said, that's Tommy. What you see is what you get. He is the calmest person in life that you could ever come across.
What I find fascinating is, you know, and I know Tommy Fleetwood fairly well, but it's fairly hectic out there as someone with his stature in the game. There's a lot going on. You're being pulled in different directions, left, right and centre. There's thousands of fans fawning over you. You leave the golf course, people recognise you.
Yeah.
But he just keeps it all so calm. Nothing phases him.
I don't know how he does it.
I don't know how Incy does it.
Now this is definitely the best. I mean, Xander Schauffele with a par putt. A little bit of work to do. It's got to be a hint off his right.
Wasn't a great roll, was it? Bumped and bobbled and...
Yeah, not his best roll, was it? And, you know, we were talking earlier about what a good roll he does get on it. You know, sometimes they can just, you know, you don't even see it. The ball can be just lying in a tiny depression that you don't notice, and it can just throw it out slightly.
I think there's so much he can learn from his reaction there too. He just calmly walked over to his caddy, just accepted that it was a poor shot and move on, rather than dwell on it.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's a foreign language to me as well. McIlroy to stay in the lead at 5 under par.
See there?
Schauffele's putt moved to the right.
Yeah. But you would expect him to hit the hole from that range.
For sure.
You know, but judging by his reaction, it's a misread. He is 4 under, mind you, so he's not doing too much wrong.
He falls back into a share with Thomas Dietrich off the lead, but isn't it a crazy game? I mean, he's holed 3 putts over 25 feet and 6-footer misses. Thomas is for a par to remain just 1 behind. Well done. Good 2-putt.
Do you think Rory got knocked off the rails there by watching Schauffele's putt?
For sure, definitely influenced, wasn't it?
I think so. Incy saw it right to left. Sanders definitely tried to sneak it right, and I think Rory probably saw that and thought, oh, I didn't see it going that way, and it didn't.
Didn't move right. I look back to the tee. Remember once again that double hole-in-one prize on offer, player and caddy. Win a Genesis electrified GV70. First player to get a hole in one.
They're a great team, aren't they? And great friends. Tommy Fleetwood, Tony Finau.
Interesting, the first time that excuse me, Ian Finnis ever caddied for Tommy Fleetwood was back in 2010, the New South Wales Amateur Championship at Royal Sydney Golf Club, which is next door to where I live. And then Ian Finnis stayed living in Sydney in Bondi for about 12 months, 18 months after that. Came back and started caddying for Tommy on the Challenge Tour, and still together.
Did I just call him Tony?
Tony Finnis, Tony Finau, Ian Finnis.
Sorry. Forgive me, Finau.
Well, here's a look at the 18th from above, driving over that wall. That's a difficult tee shot. Got to avoid all those fairway bunkers out there.
And the wall, we saw that last year when they got downwind. A couple of guys got caught out, and the walls are all an integral part of the course, aren't they? And see no free drops from the stone walls.
Absolutely. I think the 18th is one of the toughest holes out there, especially with this wind direction straight into off the right. It's a long hole, 483 yards to be exact. It's just absolutely crucial to find the fairway. Once you've done that bit, still, it's not that easy, but it's a little bit easier.
Just a bullet there from Justin Thomas. Looked like a 3-wood as well.
Three under par and see Justin Thomas, and it just doesn't look like he's done anything. It looks so easy.
That's what some of the best players do. Different play and strategy for Rory McIlroy, looking to take the bunkers out of play. He can carry these with a good strike, looking to favour the right half, and that will be absolutely mint.
Oh boy. Well, that's the second driver in the last 4 holes he's hit where he's let go of the club, and he certainly did favour the right side, but not further right than he would have anticipated.
And that's jungle. Oh, that's wicked stuff there.
As good as he is with the driver, if he is just a little bit out of sync, that club is coming from well on the inside, and that happens a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I can't quite see it from 250 yards down the fairway, but maybe if anything, it's this tempo that, like you said, Ewan, just gets a little bit quick, and we've seen him drop the club quite a few times. Now, Xander Schauffele, can you do any better? Just find the short stuff. Avoid these fairway bunkers. That's absolutely crucial. He's got lovely tempo, Xander.
3-wood in hand like Thomas. Starting down the right side, drawing down the left half. That should be ideal. And the 2 conservative plays get rewarded. Remains to be seen how McIlroy's ball in. I wonder if that bogey influenced McIlroy's play with driver there.
Yeah, could have. Just broke the concentration a hair.
The one in front.
A couple of Scotsmen on that mini leaderboard there, the Genesis Scottish Open. Ferguson and Law, 3 under par. Despite the drop shot at 17, McIlroy still in a share at 4 under. Go back to 17 over on the left side of the tee, trying to give himself a good angle to that flag on the right. Tommy Fleetwood off back-to-back birdies. I'm not sure I've ever seen Tommy Fleetwood have a one-handed follow-through.
No, I don't think I have. Probably because it's so infrequent to see him hit an iron that far off line. Even the best get it wrong just occasionally.
He's got to be a good guy to caddy for, doesn't he? Tommy Fleetwood. Not just because he is a good guy, but you don't have to deal with the emotional roller coaster that most other professional golfers endure out there.
So true. So true. Trying to hold it against the wind, but has he managed it, or is it going to feed down that slope? Yeah, there it goes, down to Justin Thomas territory.
Similar green to number 12, the other par 3, where it's very difficult to get it in the shelf on the right-hand side. And if you play conservatively, okay, you're on the green, but you've still got your work cut out to make 3.
Yeah, coming up that massive tier on slow-ish greens.
The last par 3, number 14, McIntyre got well ahead of it. And then left himself in a precarious position, didn't get it up and down. Let's see if he can keep this one a little bit more in sync.
It's easy to underjudge this wind because you're a little bit sheltered, and it comes through that gap in the trees on the right there. Comes down the 18th and then picks up speed, turns into your face. And we often see guys allow too little for the right to left wind.
How did I not know my way around?
Oh, beautiful looking shot from McIntyre.
Yeah, cool. Amazing.
That is one hard flag to get at today.
Well, it's one of 5 Rolex Series events for the year. The Genesis Scottish Open. McIlroy, Thomas Dietrich leading the way at 4 under par. David Law, he was 4 under par through 4 holes. Still going along nicely. 3 under through 10. Joachim Lagergren hasn't been a great season for the Swede, but good to see him there at 2 under par.
214 yards for Xander Schauffele to this front pin. Anything left, everything cambers away, and it's quite a popular miss. We've seen a lot of players practicing from that spot. Really difficult to get the ball up there, playing into this breeze. It's one of those, you hit a 4-iron, it might climb up a bit. You hit a 3-iron, it might chase a little bit. So difficult to get this shot pin high.
Come over. Over. Ah, stay short. Fine.
Left it out a little right, I believe. Go to Tommy Fleetwood. What kind of a lie does he have? Can make such a difference. Yeah, it's come out hot landing on that downslope. Right is not the place to miss 17.
Similar angle here for Justin Thomas on the left-hand side.
Yeah, Rory McIlroy has actually just gone first, and he didn't have the prettiest of lies, but managed to advance it forwards. He's got an awkward chip coming right up, but 211 yards to go for Justin Thomas. Once again, wind into a little bit off the right as well. There's a false front, and with this pin 10 on, the false front carries about 8 yards. So quite awkward, like I said, to get this pin high. It definitely requires either a high shot, but then it's too spinny. And try and get this chasing, makes it very difficult to control. So not an easy approach shot, not an easy hole.
Oh boy, that started off low, Incy. Cool looking flight, but he's pulled that an easy up and down from over there.
Ooh, that is nasty, Ian. Just nasty.
Bit of a smelly flag there, isn't it? It's going to be difficult to get it close, as too is this putt for Jordan Spieth at 17. Very, very slow up the tier. Brilliant.
Beautiful. I have a theory with his long putting, you know. We know he doesn't like the 2 and 3 footers, and I think because of that he has learnt to have unbelievable feel from long range. Doesn't like leaving himself that sort of length. And he's so good at dead weighting, it's stone dead from 50, 60 feet all the time.
McIntyre, birdie putt. Any specific drills you ever did to improve your lag putting?
Not really, no, just practice. You know, practice a lot of, you know, a variation of putts. But particularly the very fast downhillers, long downhillers was a good way. I always felt to just try and get the feel. And then every time you get an uphiller, you leave it 10 feet short. Silly me.
Not easy to adapt, is it? Let's go up to 18. The players just approaching their second shots. McIlroy, as Incy said, laying up. Crucial part of his round, coming off a bogey at 17. Doesn't want to go back-to-back here at 18. All three players really have their work cut out to make 4 here.
Such an art form being able to read a lie out of the stuff around the greens, because it's vital for where you're going to pitch it and what club you're going to use. Let's go back to Tommy Fleetwood though for the par. Left himself nothing with that tee shot right. Can he save one?
Oh.
Yes, nice.
That is huge for Tommy Fleetwood, coming off back-to-back birdies. The last thing he wanted to do was give one of those back.
That actually now feels like 3 birdies in a row, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Great putt.
Shit, it's the bloke on the right.
Well, this looks very awkward here from McIlroy. Ball below his feet.
Yeah, nothing about this is pretty. It's as awkward as it gets. I'm seeing this as a bump and run, but you got a big false front to contend with. Wow, what a shot.
We couldn't quite see where the ball finished there, but it looked like it was beautifully played. Not an easy one here for McIntyre. 4 a par, bogey the other par 3, 14.
Pretty swift putt down the hill. And negotiated it well. It's a good 2-putt in the end.
Thing is, you miss this green, you're going to leave yourself with a really tricky, fiddly, questionable up and down. And for Xander Schauffele, anything pitching on the green, everything works away from you, so this will be pretty quick. Strikes absolutely crucial.
Again, couldn't see it finish. That is one awkward putt, isn't it?
Well, given where that camera angle is from behind the green there, if you hit your ball too far there, if you're putting from, I can't see any way you'd get it near it down the tee.
Wow. That'll provide some interest over the day.
Well, this is the length for Jordan Spieth. It's given him a few issues in the past. Par putt to remain -1. Right on cue, and did you notice he was looking at the hole then as well?
Yeah, you know, you can just see the lack of comfort on those putts before he putts. You know, he walks in, he steps back, just not confident.
Well, that was a finicky little one for Justin Thomas, but beautifully played. Oh, Schauffele, we didn't see this, did we? Running off the other side of the green. This is his 4th shot now at 18. Boy, that is a tricky flag there. From one side of the green to the other.
Yeah, I mean, the camera angle, we just didn't see that, did we? I mean, that's a surprise.
And coming off the 3-putt bogey at 17.
Ouch.
Back at the tee, Tommy Fleetwood. I love the way he loads into his right side on his backswing. It is just textbook, and that is a textbook tee shot. Big putt for McIlroy, Tony, coming off the bogey at 17.
Yeah, he doesn't want back-to-back bogeys, does he? Just nice and firm. Nice. Very good up and down, because that was a tricky chip, as Incy described.
And a great opening 9 holes too. 4 under par, out in 31 on the backside. Certainly got a 2 or 3 realistic birdie opportunities. The front 9 and perhaps more in these good conditions.
It's just a nice way to say hello, I'm here. Well, this is a big putt for Schauffele. Every putt's a big putt, I suppose, but the last thing he wants is a double bogey. It's the last thing we want to see, too.
Should be just a right centre putt. Nicely done. Good up and down at the second attempt, but that's drop shots at 17 and 18 for the American, out in +1. It's a shame. Was cruising along, makes a nice birdie, and then drop shots 17, 18, but look at him, he's laughing away. He doesn't seem too fussed at all.
I don't think in my whole life I ever laughed after a bogey. Ever. I got fined after a lot of bogeys, but I never laughed after a lot of bogeys.
Thomas won't be laughing if he misses this. Par putt. Beautiful up and down. That's a good opening 9 as well, -3.
And he's looked good with the putter. You know, his stats for the year are terrible, as you said, but he's looked sound, hasn't he?
He has. Perhaps just what he needs going into next week, the major championship as well. Back on the tee, McIntyre. Been driving the ball really, really well this morning.
Don't feel bad. It's just Murphy's Law, isn't it?
It is.
You know, I mean, every time we say that as a commentator, we take our life in our hands.
Well, it's exactly. It's just facts, though, isn't it? He had been driving it well.
Yeah.
I won't be saying that on the next tee.
Oh, and he found some long stuff there. Yeah, that is just.
Whew, it's ugly on the left-hand side. I can't take my eye off his index finger now.
I haven't been able to take my eye off it for 8 years. You know, when you see him in slow-mo, that left index finger, I mean, it sort of sticks up in the air most of the time. Unusual. But who cares? It's all about what works for you in this game. No, that's
fine. No trouble at all for Jordan Spieth there at 18. Bogey at 17. He's currently even par through 8 holes. And the Genesis Scottish Open, one of 5 Rolex Series events for the season. Ewan Ferguson, the Scotsman, has joined McIlroy and Dietrich in the lead at 4 under par. Tony, Will Gordon, one of your picks early this week. Couple under par going along nicely.
Yeah. I tell you what, I think the scoring's excellent because it's tough out there. Another guy, Pablo Larrazabal, 2 under. There's a man that loves the wind. He loves the challenge.
4 wins in the last 16 months as well. He can flight the ball down as well as anyone.
Absolutely. Links golf in a wind, that's the challenge that he just lives for.
Good to see Eduardo Molinari there at 1 under par through 7 holes. I know he's a vice captain this year of the Ryder Cup, but he still cares deeply about his own game. Richie Ramsey even through 11 holes. He was one of my dark horses this week. Not only went close last week before a 72nd hole capitulation, but he's had 3 top 10s in his last 5 starts. Cam Davis, the Australian, he was 4th at the PGA Championship back in May, even par through 7 holes. Good to see him over here playing some links golf. And Tony Johnstone, our feature group, has made the turn on the backside. Around they go to number 1. What are they looking at?
Well, the 2 bunkers, avoid those. We saw Minwoo Lee yesterday crash a driver down the right-hand side, somehow managed to miss that bunker, and I had a look at that bunker and I thought, that's not a place you want to be. And the rough left of the fairway is particularly long. And by the way, you're one of the few people that actually says Tony Johnstone. I'm Johnson, I'm Johnston, but you got my name right. I love you, Ewan. Thank you for that.
Oh, the feeling's mutual. I'm not sure Ian Finnis feels the same way.
What on earth was I on? Oh my goodness. God, I know him so well. I mean, that was just a complete mental aberration, wasn't it? But if we stop talking about it now, maybe nobody will pass it on, because he'll take the mickey out of me terribly.
Well, he said to me yesterday, he said, are you commentating with Tony Johns tomorrow, are you?
Fair enough, fair enough.
Iron in hand for Justin Thomas.
Really interesting play for Justin Thomas. We won't see this much today down the first. Got 2 fairway bunkers, but looking to favour that right half. I believe that's absolutely perfect now.
It's just in the first cut of rough on the right-hand side. It's going to be interesting to see how far he has left. I would think he's got to be at least 220, 230 out from there. That's a long way back.
It's a long way in for the second shot. My only theory is he probably doesn't feel that comfortable with a driver in hand, and if you favour down the left, you can get blocked out with the tree for the next. But for McIlroy, you've got that right fairway bunker, which is 320 yards to carry, but it is slightly down breeze, and he typically hits it about 315.
Look how high he's teeing it up.
He's trying to bomb this one down.
Oh, 2 of his last 3 tee shots, Incy's stuck behind and really not synced it up, but that one looked muted. Oh boy.
Right-hand bunker. What right-hand bunker? It's not even in his yardage book.
That hole is over 460 yards. He could throw it on from there.
Just shows, I mean, anything down breeze, and with McIlroy with a big dog in hand, he can definitely fly one down there. Xander Schauffele going for a similar sort of tactic as JT. Looking to hug the right half once again.
Showing a lot of patience there, Schauffele. Bogeys at 17, 18. No way I'd be hitting an iron off 2 bogeys in a row, but perfect position. Back to Fleetwood at 18. Second shot, Tony, from the left half.
Yeah, this pin position, I don't know. Dying to see if somebody and how somebody can get it close to that pin.
Oh,
well,
that will be almost as good as we'll see today. That was a cracking shot in there, going in with what appeared to be about a 4-iron for Fleetwood.
You know, you talk up about the difficulty of the pin, and then he just makes you look so stupid, doesn't he? What a great shot, Tommy. What a team they make too. They really are wonderful together.
All right.
This is going to take every ounce of Bob McIntyre's skill from here, but given the fact they were discussing where to land this ball, it must be sitting okay. He feels like he can obviously get it all the way there. McIlroy couldn't. Class.
You know, the modern golfer is stronger. Maybe not more athletic, but they're stronger because the modern equipment allows you to go at the ball 100%. You couldn't do that with Bellart and Fitzsimmons because it went off sideways. And where it's helped these guys is getting out of that sort of rough. Man, it makes a difference when they're as strong as they are. Doesn't like it. Yeah, ballooned, I think is what he was trying to say out of that line.
Rory McIlroy currently in a share of the lead, 4 under par through his opening 9 holes, making his way down the first fairway. And this is how he's reached 4 under par, Tony, this on his opening hole for an eagle.
Yeah, massive drive, found the surface. Opening with an eagle would be nice, but he's done the sensible thing, just nudged it up hole side. Nice opening birdie.
Par at 11, this for a birdie at the par 3 12th. This is where he really started to catch a little bit of fire. Beautifully done. And on the following hole,
another one. Doesn't look like it could go anywhere else other than bottom of the hole. Back-to-back birdies.
And this was by far the best putt of the day at 15. Caught a flyer with his second shot, some 45 feet past the hole. And nothing but net for McIlroy. 4 under par through 6 holes.
And then the par 5 16th came up short of the green and produced a little gem. Would pop that in for a birdie.
They missed the green right at the par 3 17th. Chip down to there. And the first blemish on the scorecard. Drop shot. And he currently stands at 4 under par. Looking good though, isn't he? Runner-up, of course, just a few weeks ago in the US Open Championship. Next week at Royal Liverpool, where he won the last Open played there back in 2014.
Hard to believe he hasn't won a major for 9 years. I mean, it just seems absurd, doesn't it?
He's been so close so often.
Well, we keep talking about the majors, but you know, all the other stuff he's done in between has been fabulous, hasn't it? It's just the major titles that have eluded him. And
it's certainly not like he's played poorly in them.
No.
He's given himself chance after chance. He's had multiple runner-ups.
Yep.
NC 232 for Thomas.
Yeah, a long way to go, and you cannot go at this flag because anything short, you've got that bunker and it kicks forwards as well. So you've got to go way left of this pin, but there's a huge backstop, so swell should help him out.
Damn it. Stay right.
What was that?
You see how far down the grip he was there for Justin Thomas, and
oh my goodness. What?
That was a Ewan Porter shot, that one.
Have no words.
Third shot at 18 for Spieth.
One of the best chippers that's ever lived. Genius, he is. A genius.
195 yards to go, and this pin's tucked away on the right. You need a nice high ball flight and carry it pretty much all the way to have a chance of hitting this close. And like I said, there's a big swell and backstop beyond this green. Definitely there to protect you and help you out if it can.
Come down, come down. Come on.
Stay up top.
That'll be tricky.
That'll be tricky, seriously tricky. I wonder if Rory just said, guys, would you like to play up and make a 3-ball with me? Because it was about 100 yards ahead.
He's 121 yards past where Justin Thomas was off the tees. 84 yards past where Schauffele was.
120. It's ludicrous, isn't it? Good maths, by the way.
Oh, no, I just had a guess. Well, wouldn't this be some birdie for McIntyre at 18? It's tracking.
$111 yards. I hope Rory McIlroy likes to throw darts because that's exactly what he can do right now. Go straight at it.
I could see McIlroy down at the pub, pint in hand, playing some darts.
Without question. Down down-to-earth guy. Just backed off there. I don't know, maybe a little bug, or just trying to gather his thoughts.
Rory McIlroy's wedge play. I know this is the third time I've mentioned it today, but his wedge play is improving out of sight with this exit left move on the follow-through. The more that club exits to the left, the better he's controlling his distance and his trajectory.
That was just beautiful, wasn't it? Yeah, he's gone from that range. He's gone from a 3 out of 10 to at least an 8 now, I think.
And hopefully that will help him in the bigger championships as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful second shot for Fleetwood at 18. This for his third birdie in the last 4 holes. Good try. But he's looking pretty good, Tommy Fleetwood. 1 under par through 9 holes.
He's just popular everywhere he goes, isn't he, Tommy Fleetwood? Because what you see is what you get.
That's right. Very relatable.
You know, there are players. I mean, there are people in every walk of life. You know, the media persona and the real persona. I can see you smiling now. You've got a new little 4-month-old boy, and you actually want to put your mic down and go back to the hotel and see him right now, don't you?
I would love that. I would love that. But I love doing this. Good par for Jordan Spieth. What a wizard he is, as you mentioned, around the greens.
Oh. And the variety of shots he can play is, it reminds me a bit of McIntyre. You know, they vary it so much. Incy, tell us about Justin Thomas's second shot. Was the lie horrific, or was it just an ugly shot?
No, I think it was just an ugly shot. The lie was absolutely fine, and it looked like he tried to chase one down there, but just didn't quite pull it off. It's one of those things, you can see a shot, but pulling it off is another task in its own. But this is quite challenging in itself. Ball way below his feet, slightly elevated the green, and everything works away from you. Hard breaking off the left. There's a lot going on with this chip shot.
Quite a joy that he missed that pot bunker too, my goodness.
Oh, absolutely. That would have been super awkward. And there's a million different ways you could play this. The higher up you play on that slope, the more aggressively it'll come down, the more break it will take. Alternatively, you can try and look to carry it all the way. Not all the way, but most of the way. Gauge a bit more spin. But it looks like to me he's eyeing up the left side of the green. A tricky shot.
This will certainly test every ounce of his imagination and skill here, Thomas. Landing it on the green, up into the fringe. This is just sublime, Justin Thomas. Goodness me. Sheer brilliance, Tony Johnstone.
Wasn't it superb? Yeah, the key, we've said it before and we're going to say it again, the key is to find your landing area and then decide what club and what shape you're going to have. And didn't he work that out just beautifully? And as Enzi said, there probably a half a dozen different ways he could play this shot. And look at this. I mean, using that side slope, engaging the speed. How fast do you need it to come off the crest of the ridge? Glorious.
Well, have a think about what was going on there. The ball was below his feet. He landed it on the putting surface. It then went into the fringe as it went uphill, and then went back onto the putting surface as it went downhill.
Quite straightforward, really.
I was going to say,
too bad.
Bread and butter. No, that was really challenging. World class. Absolutely loving this morning following this group. Can we just do 36 holes, please, with them?
You're more than welcome. You're walking.
I don't want this to end. A challenging part coming up for Xander Schauffele. This is also breaking hard off to the left. Downhill, it will gain some speed as it goes down.
Looking good. Looking really good. That'll be a good settler for shuffling off the back-to-back bogeys. All right, early predictions. He won it last year with 7 under Shoffley. Obviously, we've got good conditions today, but 2 of the next 3 days are meant to be pretty ordinary. What do you think?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, you know, we've had 22 under wind around here. We're going to have wind all week. Rain a little tomorrow, maybe on the weekend.
12?
12 to 15 if we don't have a gale blow. If a gale blows, all our predictions are out the window, aren't they?
I would think 12. I think 12's the number for the week.
Be a good one. I think.
But that's based on current forecasts.
Yeah, if you were offered 12 in these conditions, I think you'd be happy to sit in the clubhouse and have some scones and sip a bit of tea.
McIlroy. There's currently 4 players tied at 4 under par. This to break out of the pack, take the outright lead. Oh. Well, he's been deadly from 30 feet today, but it's the second 6-footer he's missed in the last 3 holes. Fooled him. Didn't think it was going right.
That's a pity.
Scone or scone?
I was going to ask you the same thing. What's in Oz? What are you in Oz?
Scones.
Yeah, we scones in Southern Africa, but you know, in the British Isles, I gave it scones. Old chap.
I know my American friends that are over here. They're scones. Scones.
Are they scones?
They're scones.
Scones.
They're scones.
I'm so confused now. I don't know what's up or what's down. What a pitch shot this was. Little, sort of halfway between a pitch and a chip, really, but what a shot. That was deserving of a par.
And it's a pretty simple putt, this one. Not too much to it. Back up the hill.
He's got the line pretty straight, or is he sort of going inside left? You know what you say? I'm not sure.
Inside left. He's got his hands high, doesn't he? That heel just slightly off the ground. Oh, moved a lot more than we anticipated, and that's a shame because that was a brilliant hit shot. Deserved up and down. Justin Thomas back to 2 under par. First drop shot of the day.
Irritating, isn't it?
Halfway through the morning rounds here at the Genesis Scottish Open, one of 5 Rolex Series events for the year. McIlroy just missing a good opportunity to break away from that 4-way tie for the lead at 4 under par, which now includes the Dane, Torbjorn Olesen, this season. Just saw Ben Arn there at 3 under par. Matt Fitzpatrick, I'll tell you what, conditions get rough, Matt Fitzpatrick will be there. You can almost guarantee that. Tristan Lawrence, what a season he has had. Dale Whitnell, excuse me, a winner in Sweden just a few weeks ago. Michael Kim's been playing some good golf this season in the US. He missed almost 30-something straight cuts for 2 years in a row there, a previous winner at the John Deere Classic, and has found his game again. Good to see.
My goodness, did he really? 30 cuts?
Yeah, it might have
I
been
didn't know that.
20-something cuts in a row.
Goodness.
Well, in my opinion, with this westerly breeze, or shall I say gust, as it just picks up right now, I think the 2nd and the 18th are the 2 hardest holes out on the golf course. The 2nd today plays long, 493 yards straight into the breeze, and that ball just nudging down into the rough on the right-hand side, making that approach shot almost impossible.
I know he bombed one on the previous hole, but seems to be a bit feast or famine at the moment with McIlroy. It's either down the middle or pretty ordinary.
You've got to be watchful of that fairway bunker on the left-hand side as well. It's 309 to reach, to be exact, which is a bit of an ask, I'd say, in this wind, but it's definitely doable. You end up there, you probably have to just lay out. So actually a premium to find the fairways here on the 2nd. This one leaking right as well, is it, for Shoffley? Oh, boy.
And much shorter than McIlroy's too. That's going to be a long way for the second shot.
Yeah, statistically, maybe too early on the week or the day to, probably not gather enough data to see how difficult the second is compared to the 18th. But I'd imagine the second is a little bit tougher because I think that fairway is a bit tighter. So smaller target, more trouble on either side. So a really difficult fairway to hit today.
Incy, we were talking about the white belts earlier, but Justin Thomas with the long sleeve collared shirt. I like it. I'm a big fan of it. You don't see it too often anymore.
I think it's a vibe. He's a stylish guy.
That he is. Looks like a stylish tee shot as well.
Unlucky bounce.
Bad bounce, wasn't it?
And that's one of the things you just have to accept. Bite the bullet in links golf. You're going to get some good bounces. You're going to get some awful ones.
Back at 1. Spieth. Lofted club in hand. Second shot. That's a big tee shot. It's interesting, isn't it, Tony? Just our commentary position here, just outside the window. Seen Andrew Putnam, the American, hit it in the long grass. It's got to be up to his waist at least. There is some serious long rough out here, isn't there?
There's some long stuff. I mean, being vertically challenged, this will be head height for me, some of this stuff.
Fleetwood in the long grass. He's not used to being in here. Just gouging it out, and that club face turning over as it so often does.
You can hear the thud, can't you? You can visualize the grass just wrapping around the heel and the hosel, and off it goes straight left. Cling on for dear life, and even that's not enough.
It's another perfect tee shot for Bob McIntyre.
Man, I love links golf. I had to throw. I mean, I wait all year for these couple of weeks. It's golf at its very best, I think.
How do you think these players would enjoy it if it was year round? They had to do this every week.
I think guys like this man right here would love it because he shapes the ball. He can move it both ways, alter his flight. It was a pretty sandy divot. Was it in an old divot, maybe? No, maybe not. Good shot.
Got a lot of spin in that, didn't he? One of 5 Rolex Series events on the year, the Genesis Scottish Open. It's a 4-way tie for the lead. Rory McIlroy, 4 under through 10 holes, and Scotland's own Ewan Ferguson, 4 under par through 7. Terrific start. David Law was 4 under through 4 holes, back to 2 under par, still going along very nicely.
I've got to ask you, when you first came and played links golf, had it been an advantage having played the sand belt, would you say? Because when we come from Southern Africa, not the vaguest idea of what it was all about.
It's a similar style. I would say the main difference being it's a warmer climate, and even though it's still fairly firm turf on the sand belt, it's much tighter over here. But yes, the style of golf is very similar, and similar in the fact too that it relies on wind generally for it to play difficult, because you go and play the Royal Melbournes, the Kingston Heaths of the world with no wind, it's not overly difficult and you can shoot a great score, but get any form of wind, certainly Royal Melbourne for example, it's only 6,100 metres. I mean it's just a completely different beast with wind.
Yeah, one of the finest courses in the world, no question. Tommy Fleetwood, awkward up over that shoulder, and keep coming.
Tony, I think the great thing about links golf too is that it's fair for everyone. You can be a beginner and come and play these golf courses, and the ball can run out, you can hit it 200 yards off the tee, and it's generous. You don't have to carry the ball over water or anything like that.
But I think you have to have a lot of patience for the bad bounces. If you've struggled to accept bad bounces, which I did generally, it can be pretty frustrating, but you get used to it eventually. When you first start, you just think, what the heck is going on here?
Well, there must be some chocolate down here on the right hand side. All 3 players searching for something in the rough. Xander Schauffele up first, 224 yards. Where's JT going to go next? They're playing a game with me. Either way, Xander's definitely got the worst lie, but JT will be trying to chase this one because there's not no way, because nothing's impossible, but I think it's difficult to fly this all the way with that big false front. Get your running boots on.
It's going down the grip a long way.
What I was afraid of. That's just the hard part.
Man, it's tough to control out of this rough. Fairways are gold this weekend, see?
Yeah, I mean, I want to be wrong, but I just don't think Xander Schauffele can go for this green. He's got to be laying up. The ball's really sat down. He's got a long way into this pin. Just put it back in play, advance it forwards.
Well, he's given it everything, hasn't he? Thrown himself at it. You were right, NC. No way of getting it to that green out of there.
Well, we can see McIlroy's ball. It doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent lie, given he's way right. 199 yards to go, pin right at the back, and I'm seeing a lot of height in this ball flight. It's one of those, it's probably a 6-iron, but because there's so much loft that's set up, grip down a 5 and do it a different way.
Can you get the club into the back of the ball reasonably cleanly? That's key. You would be a little bit worried about a flyer, I think. Two bunkers further up the green. I don't know if he's gone that far.
Back at the first green. Jordan Spieth to get back into red figures at 1 under par. Down the hill, breaking left. Beautifully done.
He's unbelievable from that distance, isn't he? From that distance and out, he's just... I don't think there's anyone in his league, actually.
I mean, I'm sure the same as yourself. I've walked with him a lot. I've covered him a lot over the last few years, and it's just been the same theme for a long time. And I'm sure it's been the same since his junior days. It's got to be incredibly frustrating for him that, like we saw at 17, 3 feet is his Achilles heel, but he's so good from that distance.
I spoke to somebody that was at college with him. I won't name them, but from 2 feet at college, a foot even, I mean, it was full on yips. I mean, outrageous yips. You know, you could hit it, miss the hole completely. So, you know, there's a lot of scar tissue, and he does well to overcome it.
McIntyre was 2 under par through 4 holes today. This to get back to that number. Beautifully done.
The most natural looking putting stroke, isn't it? Just pure feel. I love it too.
Love it. Oh, Xander Schauffele, the last 40-45 minutes. The game's gone a little bit south. Bogeys at 17, 18. Now in trouble here at 2. What's he got, Incy?
Yeah, once again, can't go at this green. There is absolutely no way. I can barely see the top of Schauffele's head. Just got to pop it out and put it back in play. It's one of those you need to get it vertically up as quick as possible, therefore it won't go forwards.
He is in the bunker?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's done really well to do that.
It's going to be a very difficult 2-putt from that range, though. Back at 1, Fleetwood for par.
He can't believe it. Ian Finnis can't believe it.
Well, you're looking at Rory McIlroy and Justin Thomas golf balls here at number 2.
We've got 2 peas in a pod. Justin Thomas going to go first, and this is a relatively basic bunker shot, I would say. He's got about 20 yards or so. It's a good lie as well, so looking to carry this about 15 yards, I'd say. One hop and a little trickle would be perfect. Oh, drove it.
A little bit of spin, obviously not too much sand underneath the ball there, but it's not a bad result.
Incy, did you say 2 peas in a pot?
2 peas in a pod.
Ah, I thought pot bunker. I'm sorry.
Well, that would work as well, wouldn't it?
Oh, we're gonna
like
have so much fun this week. We're gonna have so much fun this week.
Oh, we're really in for a treat. I mean, the golf course is absolutely immaculate. It's a brilliant test as well. You know, the crowds are absolutely loving it. I'm just looking around the second green. It's a bit of a amphitheatre vibe. Now looking down at the fan favourite Rory McIlroy, what can you do?
Underrated part of his golf game, Rory McIlroy.
Ooh, it bounced, didn't it? Yeah. It's, you know when it comes out like a little too little sand, but it is going to fizz like crazy. But I think it just ran out of sand, maybe. Sand a little bit damp from a bit of overnight wind.
Back at the tee. McIntyre coming off the birdie at 1.
There was a little rain last night. Was there that much?
It was, no.
No, just enough to just soften things up a tiny bit.
Spieth on the tee. He's been driving it pretty well today. Tough tee shot here, as Incy Mehmet said here at the second. Oh. That's miles left. In fact, if he's far enough over, he might be near the first fairway.
Schauffele up next with a lengthy par putt. Once you've passed the halfway point, it does flatten out a bit, but over off the left.
Oh dear.
Not sure that smile will be there too much longer.
Hold a nice putt for bogey on 9, didn't he, to avoid a double, and he's going to need another one now.
McIlroy just sizing up his par putt. Incy called it on the tee, saying just how difficult this hole was playing. This and 18, arguably the 2 most difficult tee shots out here, but it's not just the tee shot. As we're seeing, it's the entire hole, just a brute.
And not that many guys having played it yet, but it's averaging 4.24 already today. It's a test.
Well, I also think if the wind picks up, that number's only going to go up, Tony. You almost need to hit 2 absolute worldies to make this look like an easy par, and that's not easy to do. Very little break in this for McIlroy.
So he's going to go back to 3 under. Drop out of the lead.
Well, it's the first time really in the last hour that McIlroy hasn't had at least a piece of the lead. Shoffley with what appears to be a good 12 feet for a bogey. Cruising along, 1 under par through 7 holes, no drop shots, and bogey at 17, bogey at 18. This for a bogey to be +2 for the defending champion.
You don't want to start giving yourself too much work to catch up early on in the tournament.
Just scrolling down, looking at these scores. Seamus Power, unfortunately, has had to pull out through 9 holes. He was +2 through 9. Dylan Fratelli, +8 through 8 holes. Tough going. Adrian Maroc, +3. It's only going to get harder once the wind gets up. This for bogey for Shoffley. Well done. He's going to have to turn things around. Just noticed, Tony, that JT has a little pocket on his shirt as well, which makes my fondness for his outfit even greater. But Brian Barnes, I think when it comes to cool, he epitomised it. I love Brian Barnes' outfits. Would love to see that brought back into fashion, but I don't know how many of the young guys now would be smoking a pipe.
With the shorts and the long socks, he loved
it.
Barnes.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Fantastic.
Par putt here for Thomas, coming off a drop shot at 1.
Wow. I mean, after the first 7 holes, on the first line, the back line, was sterling stuff. They've had 7 bogeys amongst them in the last 4 holes.
I would say we came on air at 8 AM local time. I would say within half an hour of us being on air, 4 under par was leading. David Law was 4 under through 4 holes. 2.5 hours later and 4 under is still leading.
And Rory did get it to 5. He's back to 3.
From over near the first fairway, but he's playing the second from 230 yards, Jordan Spieth. This one heading left towards the gallery as well.
Oh my, is it over there?
Just feels like we're watching a completely different game compared to what we saw in that first hour and a half.
It's like
birdies.
The twin brothers have all come out to have a knock.
Oh, this is a long par 5, the third hole, Tony. 600 yards, big dog leg right.
Yeah, and that little pot bunker on the left there, man. And there's a little hollow you can see, and it's like a black hole. Everything just gets sucked into that bunker. Everything slopes in there. And we've seen guys smash it over those trees, those pine trees on the right over the years, but you've got to be very long, and it comes with risks. McIlroy might.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Tony. I mean, it's 600 yards, but it does play so much shorter. It's straight down breeze today.
Got to carry it at least 320 on that line, and he's more than capable of doing that. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, that's just something that the majority of pros won't even see today. That is just a joke how far that's gone.
David Law made an eagle earlier here today, but it has gone a mile. But it was interesting looking at his ball speed there, 173. On the PGA Tour, he averages over 180.
You think he eased back a tad?
I don't think Xander Schauffele can do exactly what Rory's just done. I mean, if anyone can do it out the 3, it was only Rory alone. And completely agree with you once again, Tony. That bunker on the left is absolute tragedy. Everyone seems to end up there, and you need to try and work this left to right if you want to avoid it. I think it's a big ask to clear these trees on the right.
Well, twice then, Tony. Incy said, I completely agree with you, Tony.
I know. I don't
Is
know
that
what,
only
Doesn't
twice in
happen
your
often,
career?
Ewan.
I don't know what's going on here. Do I owe you money or what?
I'm trying to hold back, but I don't want to agree with you, Tony, but I do. It pains me.
What'll Justin go with, I wonder. Reckon. Hard to tell. 3 would probably, would you say, Ewan? NC3
No, he's
would
got,
or
he's got the driver out.
Yeah, you just need to commit to that shape. Try and work it left to right if you can. Otherwise, if you go straight on this dogleg left to right, you'll end up in that bunker. And it's so small, it can give you really awkward shots.
Beautiful shape.
Oh, he shapes it so well, doesn't he?
That's just as good as he could have done.
And you really have to shape it off that third tee to keep it in the short grass. And former BMW PGA champion Ben Arns joined the party at 4 under par through 6 holes. Birdies at 13, 14 and 15. Tommy Fleetwood, second consecutive hole in the long grass, second at 2. Well, boy, he did well to fly that all the way there, but it won't stay on.
It's a heck of a shot, isn't it, with a reasonably long iron. You pay the price this week if you miss fairways. Control is nigh impossible out of this stuff.
Well, I think the great thing about links golf is when you compare it to other golf courses that are played throughout the year, there's always one part of your game that's tested. Here, it's every facet of your game. You have one weakness, it will be exposed. And that's how it stands right now. Opening day of the Genesis Scottish Open, one of 5 Rolex Series events for 2023. Ferguson, Olesen and Arn, all 4 under par. All these players going along very nicely. Matthew Jordan's been playing some really good golf, 2 under par through 13 holes. Garrick Higo's been a little quiet the last 12 months after bursting onto the scene as a professional, winning multiple times DP World Tour, on PGA Tour. Dale Whitnell, Richie Ramsey, Ludwig Arberg. He's a dark horse for a Ryder Cup selection. Recently turned professional, loads of talent. Minwoo Lee, a winner here 2 years ago, 1 under par through 10 holes. Simon Forstrom, also a winner recently, even par through 10. Harrison Endicott from Sydney, Australia, rookie year on the PGA Tour, he's +1.
Pretty good shot. I mean, for most people you'd say that's purely hit and hope from where he was, but he's controlled it well.
When Jordan Spieth faces precarious shots around the greens, which happens at least multiple times per round, it's fascinating how quickly he plays them too. He gets over it, just hits it almost immediately. He knows exactly what he wants to do and needs to do. Third shot for McIntyre.
Lucky that it's actually fed away from that pretty vertical slope in that bunker. Nice. Very nice.
.361 yards from McIlroy. And it's actually not even close to his longest tee shot of the day, but it is the longest tee shot of the day here at number 3 so far. Justin Thomas in perfect position. Schauffele through the fairway. Will be interesting to see what he faces. Incy, tell us more.
He's got 252 yards. I just wonder if he's going to lay out and play it out sideways, because I think if he has to go for it, it's very difficult to control. Be chasing. Nope, he went for it, and it was a stunner.
Oh boy, stunning. Get in.
Wow.
What a golf shot that is.
You know, Tony, what on the point that Incy just made there, I remember when we worked together just before COVID hit. We were in Dubai earlier in the year in 2020, and I was doing Incy's role on course, and the thing that fascinated me most is the amount of times that you or one of the other commentators would come down to me and ask what needed to be done, and I could only see a pitching wedge or something that was 100 yards out of there, and these players, these best players in the world, are hitting at 250. It's incredible, Incy.
Well, it's one of those things. I thought he was aiming out sideways, but obviously turned out pretty well. JT with 239 yards.
Pretty good. He's hit a couple of loose iron shots in the last hour or so, but this one too, straight at the flag. And although it's off the putting surface, we've got two realistic looks at eagle here at 3.
Oh, Tommy Fleetwood. It's a birdie putt, but my goodness. Trying to work this one out. Pace and line. Swift down there and a sidewinder.
Second for Rory. Aiming it a little bit right. 221. This is no more than a 6-iron. Oh, just straight down the throat of the flag, wasn't it? We are going to see at least one eagle. We will.
I like your thinking. I like your thinking. Now, Jordan Spieth. This is his range, but it is for a par. Go, go, go. No. Was on line to Petty. Second bogey of the day, back to even par.
This is an important putt for McIntyre. He made a birdie at 13, followed it up with a bogey at 14. He's just made a birdie at 1 to get it back to 2 under par. Doesn't want to drop that again here at 2.
I think there'll be quite a cheer if he pops this in. Great support out there today, well, as you expect in Scotland. They just love coming out to watch the golf. You're going to have some fabulous crowds this week.
You've spoken a couple of times today about how natural players look, specifically Bob, with their putting, and how you putt best when you're a kid, and that's exactly, to me, how McIntyre looks. He's being left-handed, his left shoulder a little lower than his right. One look. Wrist stay firm through the ball. Beautifully done. It just doesn't look like he would ever overcomplicate it with the flat stick in hand.
No, I agree. Just he's got the gift, hasn't he? Although saying that, last year he had real issues with his putting, strangely enough. His putting went off badly, and he worked hard at it, got it back on track. So who's the one that's making the eagle here, Nancy?
That's a very good question. I fancy my chances for Xander Schauffele, I would say. But based off how Rory McIlroy has been putting from this sort of range, I reckon he's got quite a good chance as well. It's relatively flat to start off with, and then should break off his right as it dies out. You'll definitely hear the roars if this goes in.
McIlroy back in the outright lead at 5 under par. And there's your eagle, Tony Johnstone.
Yeah, but we might have 2 or more. Good call, though. Good call, yeah.
It was just, well, Justin Thomas has a similar putt, doesn't he? But although it's not on the putting surface, you get up there, you see it. It just looks like you have to hole it. It just looks like it's screaming to be made.
Fleetwood. Off that tough first putt. This for par. No. No, didn't scare the hole. Just blocked it.
Thomas for eagle to get to 4 under par. He hasn't hit it. Excuse me, 3 under. Two under par through 12 holes for JT.
Well, we've gone for one of the hardest holes on the golf course to probably one of the easiest today. Another great opportunity coming up for Schauffele. This is back up the hill, breaking off the left. A wonderful chance.
Yeah, lovely way to get back to even par, wouldn't it, NC?
Oh, it'll be class. I mean, that second shot out the rough on the left was unbelievable.
Did you see that little graphic that just came up on screen there? Rory McIlroy has holed 105 feet of putts already today, which is phenomenal. But the other two have holed 35 and 21 feet respectively.
I think it's no secret that Rory's obviously putting well today, but I think he gets a lot of slack. But I think that's also because he gives himself so many chances to make them, and we almost have this level of expectation. Speaking of which, Xander Schauffele, can you make this one? What an eagle this would be.
Not his finest effort, was it? Let's pop this one in for the birdie, get it back to 1 over, back on track. Almost like he spent so much time on the reed there and then just forgot about the pace. It's still a very good birdie though.
Back at the tee, Tommy Fleetwood. +1, he just took the 3-wood there down the left-hand side. Doesn't want to run through the fairway. That is perfect. Won't be an issue reaching the green into down breeze. It's been a little tough going over the last hour, 90 minutes or so here at the Renaissance Club, but not for Rory McIlroy, who just made an eagle to take the outright lead here on the opening day of the Genesis Scottish Open at 5 under par. Terrific starts from Ben Hahn and Ewan Ferguson. Olesen, all 4 under par. Thomas Dietrich just got it back to 4 under par. Marcel Siem has been enjoying a terrific 2023, a winner in India earlier this year, a runner-up recently at the Porsche European Open. He's 3 under par through 8 holes. Matt Fitzpatrick, a couple under through 12, last year's US Open champion. KH Lee, multiple winner on the PGA Tour. He's 2 under through 10. Thomas and McIntyre in our feature groups this morning. They're both 2 under par, going along nicely.
Going for the aggressive play here on 4. You've got 2 fairway bunkers, but looking to cut the corner here. It's a slight dogleg left to right. If you keep this straight down the left, there's a bunker and some heavy rough as well, which can definitely come and make things pretty tough for you. So you've got to commit to the line.
Where's the wind here, Incy? Is it into, off the left?
Exactly that.
Yeah, that'll work just in the first cut of rough, but ideal for Rory McIlroy. Well, it's no surprise to see Rory McIlroy bombing it out there a long way, 334 yards, averaging 13 yards longer than Justin Thomas, but averaging 327 on the season on the PGA Tour, which is #1.
Well, if Schauffele takes the same line, that bunker on the left-hand side definitely comes into play a bit more. I think it's quite an ask to make the carry. However, on the right is easier to achieve. Can you find your rhythm again?
Once again, finding the long wispy rough on the right-hand side, which is actually not too far from where our commentary position is, and it is very, very thick over there.
I just asked one of the spectators and I've been told that the ball has been found. I'm not entirely sure what the lie is going to be looking like. It's probably quite ugly. Justin Thomas, he's been hitting some low balls, trying to keep it under the breeze. I wonder if he's going to tee this one down and try and squeeze one. Work it a little bit left to right as well would be ideal.
Oh, that's exactly what he's done, Incy. Little fade down the left half of the fairway, and that is perfect. It's fun watching Justin Thomas play golf. Growing up in the US and playing college golf, it's conducive to just bombing the ball, hitting it high, playing with a lot of spin, but he has all the shots. Back at 3, the par 5, Jordan Spieth finding the left rough again from the tee.
It's fine, it's not fair.
He's in good position, but certainly disappointing to not have an eagle putt on this hole. Tommy Fleetwood just hit the 3-wood off the tee here at the 3rd, which downwind I think is a good play, because if you don't shape it from left to right, which is not his natural shot, it's very easy to run through the fairway. And although he's left himself a longer second shot, not an overly difficult one.
No, I think it's a smart play. I agree with you. It's, you know, the fade's not his favourite shot, and that bunker on the left there just, I don't know, just gobbles up golf balls, and you know the next thing you're doing is going out sideways. So he can get it home. Gripping it down quite a bit. Is he trying to take a little off this? No, it looks like he's gone at it with everything. Doesn't look overly enamoured with it.
Just a miss hit. That's twice today he's had the one-handed finish, and you don't see it very often at all.
No.
Well, I guess if you're coming out to watch golf this morning, our 2 feature groups, it's about as good as it gets in the game of golf. They're being treated to some wonderful golf, but also seeing exactly what can happen in links golf if you're just a little bit off.
Yeah, it's such a fine line, isn't it, between playing gloriously and just very mediocre. Fine margins.
see McIlroy, Thomas enjoying themselves. Neighbours back in Florida, obviously known each other for many, many years now.
What are they discussing?
I know exactly what they're discussing. Justin Thomas and Jordan Spieth are now investors in Leeds United, Tony.
I saw that, yes.
McIlroy, Man U fan obviously. McIlroy laughing, saying, "Ha ha, you're back in the championship next season."
This isn't too pretty for Xander Schauffele. From 125 yards, he needs to really think about this one. There's a big overhanging branch which is pretty much bang on his line. I don't see the low shot as an option. To make the carry of the front is 96, and so I think with a lob wedge in hand it's doable, but it's going to be tight. I mean, you can probably see Schauffele there just stepping back, just trying to really eye it up. Can I make it? It's gonna be close, and it's sat down in that long wispy stuff, so easy for the club to get caught up. Alternatively, eyeing up the left hand side, but then the carry's even longer. It's a bit of a puzzle.
Yes, it's certainly very enigmatic, this one. It's going to be difficult for him to figure out.
One of those shots where you just need to pick the one where you feel most comfortable and confident with. Just looks like Justin Thomas is going to go next. 126 yards. And this pin's located right at the back, and you need to be watchful of this. I remember every year coming back with this pin position, you get a lot of players going long because it feeds away. It's actually quite a small target.
How good's the atmosphere out there, Incy?
It is amazing. I mean, the crowds are brilliant. They're absolutely loving it.
Well, it looked like he played it nicely, but he's come up some 30 or 40 feet shy. He's just undercooked it. Disappointing result for Thomas.
Well, after describing all the possibilities, let's see what Schauffele goes for. Big overhanging tree in the way. Needs to flirt with it.
Did it clip something?
Couldn't see that finish.
No.
Yeah, that was pretty much just a layup. Made sure he got over the branch. Now McIlroy, 116 yards to go. You don't want to go long here. Just needs to pitch it a couple of yards shy without too much spin. There's a swell at the front and you want to avoid that.
Sit.
Oh.
Boy, oh boy.
I don't think he was expecting that.
Landed on the freeway, didn't it? Mind you, it's not going to be an overly difficult chip. Coming back up the hill, back to the third, Spieth, third shot.
Can he show us a bit of his wedge magic? Yeah.
Ordinary for him.
Really. From that range with that club, he's expecting inside 10 feet. Definitely. We make it sound easy, don't we? But is wind blowing? How much will it bounce? How much will it run?
Well, you got to remember, most of these players that we're watching play PGA Tour around the clock during the year now. Fleetwood's third shot. And what I mean by that is the distances that they have in, whether it's 100 yards, 200 yards, they're generally flying it right around that number. When you come and play the Renaissance Club or Royal Liverpool or Gullen or wherever it may be, when you come and play links golf, the end number is never, ever, ever the number you are trying to fly at. No matter what club you've got in your hand, you're either flying at 10 yards short, 40 yards short, left, right. there's so much strategy involved.
Some more work to do for Xander Schauffele on a steep uphill slope. Plenty of green to work with. That initial 15 yards, I'm going to say, of the greens, humps and hollows. So you can try and carry this most of the way up and get it landing softly in a more vertical angle. But we've seen him in a similar sort of spot where he just clubs down and actually plays for that bump and run shot. Once again, links golf, you've got options.
Well, he's just got it back on track with the birdie in the previous hole. Really needs to get this up and down, keep that momentum going. Pretty well done, but once again, playing a running style shot with a sandwich off an upslope.
Bob McIntyre, birdie putt. Wow, a bit of a mystery there. What a hard bounce McIlroy had with his little wedge shot there, and see, man, it landed hard.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This back portion of the green does really slope front to back. Looking to bump and run this one on the uphill slope.
He certainly carried it further than I thought, and I think he anticipated as well. Really the first time today that we've seen him have a little bit of trouble after having a wedge in hand. Back to 3, Spieth for a birdie. Well, our first feature group played this hole in 4 under par, and if Tommy Fleetwood misses his birdie putt, there'll be no birdies out of these 3 players. On what is the easiest hole on the golf course so far?
Yeah, difficult shot to really accept for your second for Justin Thomas. He's putting from the bottom tier up to the second, so it goes up and then back down, and it really does gain some speed in that last third of the putt. It's really heating up now. I've got the on-course kit on. I don't want to take my waterproof jacket off because I've got my jumper underneath.
It really does. I noticed it yesterday. It got to about 18 or 19 degrees, but it felt like about 24 or 25. That sun burned when it actually was out.
You wouldn't think that when you come to Scotland. We definitely want to make the most of today. This is the best we'll probably get.
He's lagged the ball beautifully, hasn't he? It's not easy to get the speed right around here at the Renaissance Club. We see a lot of putts from 30, 40, 50 feet, up and over tiers, down the other side, and he's put it up there to kick in distance nearly every time.
Yeah, I think Tom Doak had a lot of fun designing these greens complexes. They really are. They're quite big greens, but they're very tricky, lots of undulations. And it just asks a question with your second shots. Where you're going to leave it. Sometimes it's not always the plan just to attack the flag and try and get it close. Sometimes 30 feet away is the smart shot and the clever shot.
Well, let's see, Rory should have got a little bit of a read from Thomas's putt, shouldn't he? I think he might have just taken a little bit of a wander there up the next hole, but should be moving just a little bit to the right, shouldn't it, Tony?
I would think so. He'll be quite disappointed with that chip, won't he? Because he is a very good chipper. I think you're right. I think he just carried it 18 inches further than he expected.
Well, he's been joined at 5 under par by Ewan Ferguson and Ben Arndt, so this is to remain in a share of the lead. Yes, well done for Rory McIlroy. And that's a confidence builder because we know he's holed a lot of long ones today, but he'd missed 2 6-footers in a row. So well done for Rory.
Well, if McIlroy putted all year the way he's putting today, he would win 10 times a year.
Minimum.
I mean, he is just so very, very good.
Schauffele now from par. But on that note, I mean, over the years, how many premium ball strikers have we seen who just struggle with the putter? I mean, Peter O'Malley springs to mind, and then other way around, guys that aren't the best ball strikers, but they're terrific putters. It's hard to be good at everything. Schauffele to remain +1, big putt.
Just dived across the hole.
He's missed all his putts on the low side, Tony.
You're right. You're absolutely spot on.
Four bogeys. Disappointing day for Xander Schauffele, the defending champion. Let's go back to 3. Fleetwood, can he make it 1 birdie out of this group here?
Nice. Redeems the 3 ball.
Well, he parred the first 4 holes, Tommy Fleetwood, but it's been a bit of a roller coaster since then. 3 birdies and 3 bogeys in his last 7. And this is how things currently stand in the opening day of the Genesis Scottish Open, one of 5 Rolex Series events on the season. McIlroy, Ferguson, Arndt, 5 under par. Dietrich, Olesen and the Finn. Tavio Pulkkinen there, 4 under through 7. Flying start. Fitzpatrick's now 3 under par. Xander Lombard, as you mentioned earlier, Tony, good to see him playing well. Went close in Singapore earlier this season. Just loving seeing Marcel Siem seemingly week in, week out on the leaderboards. A winner, an emotional winner earlier this year in India. David Lingmerth, the Swede, a couple under par through 7 holes, former winner of the Memorial Tournament. Alex Smalley went close last week on the PGA Tour. He's 2 under par. And Tony Johnstone, short par 4, 5th.
Yeah, it's a little tester, isn't it? Got that wall left and right sides of the fairway that can come into play. 322 to the front.
Yeah, the 5th is a brilliant hole. I actually think the next 2 holes are probably the quirkiest ones out here at the Renaissance. I actually followed Justin Thomas in the practice round earlier this week, and he was hitting fairway metals off the tee, but he's coming up this time with a big dog. Really pinches in around that 270 mark with walls on either side. So you really need to thread this one through. Playing into breeze.
It's going to be interesting to see how close this one gets to the green. I'm not sure how many players will be able to get it onto the putting surface today, Incy, but I know something you're passionate about as part of the DP World Tour's green drive. Every player that drives the green on the 5th hole during rounds 1 and 2, 100 trees will be planted in partnership with 1 tree planted.
Yeah, that's awesome to have such a sustainable motive. McIlroy. It's going to be a tough ask to hit this green, but he can definitely get close.
Just went after it and got under it a little bit and hooked it left.
Front edge into the breeze. He's one of the guys that could probably get it there, but gone out left somewhere. Get away without hitting driver here. The danger is the 2 stone walls right and left of the fairway. They come into play at around pitching distance, but that's pretty darn good.
Well, that's how things stand here on the opening day of the Genesis Scottish Open. McIlroy, Fergus and Arndt sharing the lead at 5 under par. Rory McIlroy 5 under par through 13 holes. A few of his highlights from the opening day, what we've seen so far. What a putt this was, Tony Johnstone at 15. That took him to 4 under through 6 holes.
From 10 feet out, it was only going one place, wasn't it? And then this for an eagle at the par 5 third. Back to 5 under and back into the lead.
This was Justin Thomas, his playing partner, his second shot at the par 4 13th, his fourth hole, of the day. And that was a pitching wedge playing downwind. You can see how much it's releasing out. Beautifully done.
Xander Schauffele hasn't had his best day. This was his second shot out of the rough on the third. We thought he might just chop it out into the fairway. No such thing. What a golf shot that was. Yes, there is a little element of luck coming out of that stuff, but my goodness. A gem.
Well, a cumulative 5 under par in this group. McIlroy 5, Thomas 2 under, and Schauffele, the defending champion, +2. Got his work cut out to get it back to level par for the round, which I think, Tony, at the end of the day, he wouldn't be too displeased with, having not had his best stuff.
No, you know, you're going to have one indifferent round just about in every tournament. Maybe today is his, and if he can get it back to par, he'll be relatively happy, I think.
You see by that graphic there in the ball positions of just how much the wind is affecting the balls out there. We've seen McIlroy hit 3 tee shots today, 360 plus. That only going 283, and really, it's breezy, but it could get a lot windier, so it could really affect these players over the next few days. Who's going to be first to play here, Incy?
That's a very good question. I'm trying to work that out myself. I think it's Justin Thomas first. He's 55 yards away, and all 3 players, as you can see, just walking up to the screen and taking a good look at it, because it is super quirky. There are so many slopes and undulations that can definitely catch you out. And I think all 3 players need at least 2 bounces before the ball starts rolling. There's a big false front that Justin Thomas is about to walk up right now. I just think it's such an ask to carry it all the way, because anything beyond this pin works away from you as well. It's so fiddly, but makes it fun for us.
Well, typically when a player, I know we've been going on about it today, but typically when a player has 50, 60 yards, you know exactly the type of shot they've got to play and where they're going to land it. But when you've got 4 or 5 different options from here, it does make it a lot of fun. I mean, you could putt this. You could use a 6-iron.
You could, absolutely. The joys of links golf.
Well, the thing is, the guys are typically so dialed in because they all have access to technology and launch monitors, but how often do you practice a shot from 55 yards when you're trying to get 2 bounces, pitching it on an uphill slope and then trying to get it trickling down before reaching the part where it slopes away from you? So there are so many variables to this pitch shot alone, and all 3 players, in fact, have got to get quite creative.
He's got the sand wedge out, Thomas, setting up very squarely.
He might be trying to carry this all the way. It's not impossible. I just don't see it as a percentage shot. That's the one he's going for. This is going to be good.
Oh. So good. So good, but you're right. You had to be so precise to get the ball to finish there.
I'm quite put off from saying anything now, to be honest.
But to play that shot, I mean, you've got to have perfect technique. You've got to have brilliant technique, and that's exactly what he's got. And so does this man, Schauffele. He's got the lob wedge out as well, Incy.
Yeah, you can't rule it out. It looks like these guys are going for the American route rather than the linksy style, and looking to carry it all the way, take that swell and false front out of play. Wow.
Not as good, but still pretty good.
That was very close to finishing, about 35 feet away.
Can Rory fly it over that tier?
Well, unfortunately for McIlroy, he's actually sitting in an old divot. It's dried out a little bit, so it's almost like playing out of a bare lie. I'm seeing this more as a back foot shot, definitely trying to get that ball first contact and get this bump and running a bit more. Stabby action. And a great result too.
Oh, didn't he get some spin out of that lie?
Out of an old divot. Wow. Pitched it into the upslope, just about inch perfect.
Oh.
Tommy. Awkward.
Well, I think we know where Tommy Fleetwood will be at the end of the day, and that'll be the driving range.
Yeah, unusually.
And, oh, wow. Hang on a tick. Now, I thought it may have had a better result. It's in Rory McIlroy territory. It's not too bad, but wonderful result from where he was. Just not used to seeing him there.
No, wearing a foliage hat there. No, we're not used to seeing that, are we?
He looks terribly concerned as well, doesn't he?
He's such a cool dude.
Well, on the short grass for the first time in a little while, Jordan Spieth, second shot. Good result. Well, three excellent looks at birdie here at number 5. Incy, Schauffele first to putt.
Absolutely, and everyone's out here. Just on the right-hand side is hospitality. You got people from the clubhouse staring this one down as well. This is going to be pretty much uphill, breaking off Schauffele's right.
Well, we said he'd like to get back to even par. Here's a chance to make a bit of progress. Struggling to read them a bit. He is today. Third shot from McIntyre.
You're good. Don't worry about it.
Try and skip it up the green.
Oh, that's exquisitely done, really. I mean, it's so difficult when you're pitching into an upslope, up a tier, and then it's down the other side. Not easy to judge the pace correctly, and he's done so very well.
Well, this was a wonderful pitch shot for Justin Thomas. I'm seeing this just outside the left-hand side of the cup. He's seeing it as a 1% slope, hence the one finger up.
Did you use aim point, Incy, or do you use it?
No, I never. I understand the principles, but for me it was a little bit too much and didn't practice it often enough to feel confident with that technique, but I understand why players use it. It's not for everyone.
It's certainly benefited a lot of people. Adam Scott's really been a huge beneficiary of the aim point method, but it's not my thing. Thomas to get to 3 under par within 2 of the lead. Oh! Little 2-step shuffle there. Well done. That's 2 birdies in his last 3 holes. He was 3 under par earlier in the day, and he gets it back there. Should I say, Incy momentarily within 2 shots of the lead?
Well, Rory's putting from the other side, so with Justin Thomas's putt being left to right, this has got to be off his right. Once again, just seeing it a hair outside of the hole. It's definitely going to work its way in. Just waiting for the players on the third tee box, I believe, for them to tee off. Off they go. Now Rory's ready.
I think this is a key putt, Incy. He's missed a couple of 6-footers. He just holed a good one at 4. Is to take the outright lead at 6 under par. Yeah, beautifully done. Rory McIlroy, 6 under par. 4 under par in his last 4 holes.
Cool, isn't it a joy to see him putting like this? Because a lot of the time, let's say, the putting isn't up to the standard of the rest of the game. And we all know that when McIlroy starts getting hot with a putter, bye-bye, boys.
Third shot for Fleetwood back at 4. So Rory was 4 under his last 4, actually 3 under his last 3, but still 6 under with 2 bogeys. That is an incredible golf.
And that chip was pretty much identical to the one Rory played. Maybe either just carried it a tad too far or just a little too little loft.
Hope the Scots have got their sunscreen on. Speeds to get it to red figures at 4. Oh boy, oh boy. That was never on the right line, but I'm not sure I've seen professional golfers miss on the low side so often as I have today. All of the putts, especially the left to righters, always missing on the low side.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of it. You're absolutely right. 124 yards, this little par 3 sector. It is just a magical little par 3. Look at the slopes. I mean, there are undulations and runoffs all over the place. It's only 124 yards, but you stand on that tee and you can't help but have a little quiver of nervousness, because if you miss it anywhere, you're in trouble.
Well, as soon as I see a par 3 in length that's really under 130 or 140 on the professional tour, I know it's going to be a great hole and I get excited. But I would think that with the flag at the front there, that it's going to be probably playing as difficult as it could be, because it's a very narrow neck at the front. See the photo there of Jordan Spieth, Justin Thomas and Smiley Kaufman, former PGA Tour winner, now on-course commentator, hitting the links at North Berwick earlier this week. And as we've spoken about earlier in the broadcast, just so many wonderful golf courses in this area. North Berwick, Gullen, Muirfield, Archerfield links, all close by. Pretty much all on the same stretch of road, really. Now McIlroy on the tee.
But the 6th hole is absolutely brilliant. One of my favourites, pinned right at the front. And like you said, Tony, you can't miss this anywhere. Trouble surrounds this green.
Oh, beauty. It's 124 yards, and it's the 5th hardest hole on the course today. It's averaging 3.14. And like you and I rejoice when I see 125, 124 yard par 3s.
And it's not manufactured to be that length. It's just it's just how far the hole's playing.
Yep.
Can he learn from Spieth's putt, McIntyre? Moving to his right, he can. Beautifully done. But like I said, I think that 6th hole, the par 3, and Incy, I don't know whether you agree with me here, I think that it would play easier when it's about 140, 150, because it's very narrow at the front there.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a tiny target when the pin's at the front, but because it's a shorter yardage, you've got a shorter club in hand, which means the ball's going to go higher up in the air. So as the wind picks up, definitely makes it so much more difficult to control. But like we said earlier, trouble just surrounds. You've got undulations everywhere and pot bunkers just waiting for you.
No. It's so difficult to gauge that when you've got that big stand of pine trees down the left, the grandstand's behind, and the wind does mysterious things. around this green. We saw it last year, guys hitting shots, scratching their heads. How the heck have I done that?
I think there's plenty to learn from Rory McIlroy's shot right there. You could see just how much he had to take off that shot, and that was absolutely perfect, just taking the spin off that ball flight as well. So Schauffele, can you bounce back and hit this one close? It is an intimidating short hole.
The target area here is probably 8 yards by 7 yards. Anything that doesn't hit that heads into trouble.
Oh, brilliant shot from Xander Schauffele. And a good opportunity again to get it back to +1. Showing the field a clean pair of heels right now. Rory McIlroy 6 under par through 14 holes, leading the way.
The best place to go is on the side.
Okay.
I know the short par 4th, 13th is the signature hole.
Competition, you can still enter. There's one more
But to
group
me,
coming
this should
through
be
this
it.
morning.
I mean,
There are
it's
3 more
just
groups this afternoon.
the sort of little par 3. You could just sit and walk around and look at it all day, and the difficulties.
And where it's located as well, right next to the clubhouse. It's a terrific atmosphere. Jordan Spieth back on the tee at 5 into the breeze. And an interesting play there with Fleetwood. We saw McIlroy, Schauffele, Thomas all have 50, 55 yards. He's obviously trying to leave himself a fuller shot there. McIntyre's already hit. He too in the fairway with the 3-wood. Tommy Fleetwood with the chief out. And today, Tony Johnstone, it really hasn't been his friend.
No, it hasn't. He's been left, he's been right. But he hasn't lost faith in it. And it'll be something tiny, which I'm sure he'll iron out on the range later. Looks happy enough for that.
Ideal to that right-hand hole location. It's the opening round of the 2023 Genesis Scottish Open. One of 5 Rolex Series events. Rory McIlroy 6 under through 14. That's with 2 bogeys as well. Ollie Becker 4 under par through 10 holes going along. And this one very, very tricky for Justin Thomas.
Yeah, it's not pretty at all from a downhill lie as well. You can probably see how elevated this green is, and you don't have much room to work with. This is a real toughie.
Absolutely sublime. Really, really good. Ball was below his feet on a little bit of a downslope. He had to get it up in the air quickly. You've got trouble the other side if you fly it a little bit too far. Could have easily left it in the bunker. He made it look fairly simple. What a terrific atmosphere, Incy, around that green there.
Well, believe it or not, this is probably one of my favourite shots from McIlroy so far today. Just a little dinky shot off the tee on a short par 3. Now setting himself up nicely for this birdie chance. Initially I thought it was left to right, but I've had another look at it. It's got to come off his right. Great birdie chance. Just probably slightly longer than the previous putt. But he's been putting absolutely beautifully so far today.
If he's leading at the end of the day, how many kids are going to say, Dad, I want to go and see Rory McIlroy tomorrow? He's a crowd puller. He moves the needle and didn't really scare it. Expected some left to right in it. It wasn't much. But you know what? 124 yards, you walk off with the 3 and you're pretty delighted.
I think you definitely walk away feeling pretty relieved, to be honest. This is a classy shot from Justin Thomas. It's just got a hint of left to right in it. It'd be a great up and down. It wasn't easy.
never asked Justin Thomas where his affinity for playing so creatively came about, because growing up in Kentucky and certainly moving to Florida, it's nothing like this. You hit the ball up in the air, you bomb it a long way, and he's learned over time to be able to play all the different shots. It's not something that came easily and naturally early on, and you've got to give him full credit for it. This to remain at 3 under in a share of 10th. Well, that was in until he hit it. Second for Tommy Fleetwood at 5.
Oh, here's a little squeezer into the wind. Doesn't like it though. I just pushed it a tad. The idea was right. The method was good.
Well, Lindsay, I hope Xander wasn't watching Justin Thomas's putt.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You don't want to be too influenced by your playing partners, especially if it's not worked out well.
I guarantee you he won't leave it short.
To get back to +1. He will be grinding hard to get it back to level par for the round, and I think he'd be pretty pleased with that result. He hasn't had his best stuff today.
He's the consummate pro, isn't he? He won't let it bother him. He'll just keep plodding on, grinding away. This would be a nice way to get back on track. That is a fine 2. That's more like you, Xander.
I was walking around at Oak Hill at the PGA Championship with Xander, and he was 5 over par through 4 holes in the opening round, and he was top 15 after 2 rounds.
It says it all, doesn't it? Right there.
We saw Jordan Spieth hit his tee shot at 5. He had about 75 or 80 yards for his second. This is where he's hit it to. He's obviously a serious mishit with the second shot. And now, this is not going to be easy to lag up near the hole, is it?
Not at all. But we talked about his touch on his long putting. You have to display some here. Look at that slope. Oh my goodness. Massive long upslope. Flag cut just above it.
I always found the difficult part of the equation of these shots is when there's a drop-off behind the hole the other side, like there is here at 5, because you're scared about then hitting it too hard and every chance of leaving this short.
I think you called it. He knew straight away too, didn't he? As he hit it, the disappointment was evident. Expect to see him putting from short of that green with the wedge in his hand.
Oh, that's a look above at the difficult par 4 7th. It's a long one, 505 yards with bunker in the middle of the fairway. Certainly another one on the left that
flag. With the wedge in hand, you can't draw this right to left against it.
Oh, this is a terrific looking golf shot from Xander Schauffele. Beautifully done. Well, that should be a mere formality to get it back to level par for the round. Beautiful wedge shot at the par 3 previous hole. And he's followed it up with another exquisite one here at 7. Let's take another look at it. And just grinding it out beautifully. Xander Schauffele hasn't had his best stuff. +1, +2 most of the day. Birdie at the par 3 6th, and it should be another one here at 7. Get it back to level par for the round.
Justin Thomas from 144 yards. It's on a slight downhill slope, so the trajectory is going to be a little bit lower than usual. But with this down breeze, expecting it to release a hair. Should be able to pinch this one though.
Well, a decent result. Just landed a little shorter than he anticipated, but outside chance for a birdie for Thomas.
Playing from 126 yards, slightly more of an awkward angle. Don't really have much of a landing spot, to be honest.
Yeah, well played for Rory McIlroy. Really, really well played. Rory McIlroy, he struggled after the Masters, didn't play for a few weeks, struggled at the Masters as well for that matter, but seems to have his game back. Runner-up at the US Open and looking the goods here. Let's go back to 6 now. Speed's second shot.
Oh, trying to force it into that slope and skip it forward. It just died on him, didn't it? Man, that took a soft bounce.
But again, we know how good he is around the greens, but he's trying to play a bump and run into a steep bank with a sand wedge. And more often than not, you see it come up short.
I know. 8-iron. 9-iron maybe. Get it coming in at a shallow angle to the slope. That's the key.
This is a tricky one to gauge the speed from McIntyre. His ball's actually, you can see his stance there, Tony. He's on a downslope, but he's going up. It's a fairly steep slope and then flattens out.
It's so hard to gauge the pace. So hard. Quite easy to actually get a bit boisterous on that one up that slope and power it right off the other side of the green. Not easy.
Just a quick shout out to 2021 champion Minwoo Lee. 2 under par. He started on the 10th today, one of the easier holes on the golf course, and made a 7. 4 under par since then. Crowds out enjoying these world-class players. It really doesn't get too much better than this. Schauffele, Thomas and McIlroy on a Thursday morning.
It really doesn't, does it? I'm really happy I'm here with you.
And I'm jealous of Incy Mehmet, who's out there watching them.
Incy, you must be loving it out there.
Absolutely loving it, Tony. It might be a slightly different story tomorrow when the forecast is shown to rain pretty hard for most of it, so I might be jealous when you're in the box having a cup of tea and a few chocolate biscuits. Justin Thomas eyeing this one up, is definitely moving off his right to start off with. Giving it at least a cup and a bit, I'd say. cheeky double breaker.
Well, we spoke earlier in the broadcast how you just don't hear double breaker or triple breaker often at all, but it's a common theme here when you're playing links golf. And his lag putting, Justin Thomas, has been superb.
He's nailed the pace, hasn't he? I mean, this is a really tricky putt for Rory McIlroy, because this, as well as a double breaker, it almost cancels each other out. And depending on what sort of pace you hit it, it varies on how it will move.
It's actually a little brighter out there than we're seeing on our TV screens. We've got the benefit of a side window in our commentary position looking at it, the second fairway, and it's not gloomy at all, is it, Incy?
The sun's trying to break through.
Now, McIlroy, 11 feet. Can he again?
Oh. As good a roll as that was, it's another one on the low side.
It's definitely a theme, isn't it, today?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Disappointing for McIlroy, but still a par, and he's 6 under par, leading the way by 1 stroke.
Birdie putt for Tommy Fleetwood. Come on. Back to even par. Oh, dear, oh dear.
Brilliant second shot in here for Xander Schauffele. This to get it back to level par for the round. Too easy. Back birdies for the American, the defending champion. This is why the best players in the world are so good. They grind it out, they hang in there, and they make their worst rounds even par, 1 over par. Don't shoot themselves out of the tournament. Xander Schauffele really doing a great job of that today. Now McIntyre for a par at 6. Well, found the bottom of the hole, and that's a good 2-putt from down to the left, Tony.
And there's another example of what you've just said. You know, when you have your bad day, you don't end up shooting 77 or 78 and you're out the tournament. Grind it out and get every bit out of it that you can.
Well, a birdie at the Belgian Thomas Dietrich's final hole has seen him join Rory McIlroy at the top of the leaderboard, 6 under par, 64. That included a bogey on a par 5. Incredible round. Couple of Germans, couple of Marcels, Siem and Schneider there at 3 under par. Minwoo Lee, Tony, the winner here in 2021 at 2 under par, started with a 7 on the par 5 10th. So great comeback from the Aussie.
what a nasty way to start a day. Oh my goodness.
On a birdie hole as well.
Oh my goodness. No, great comeback.
Ollie Wilson, he was a couple over par early on. Good to see him grinding it out. Tough week last week where he defended his maiden Himalayan title. David Law, even par 70. Disappointing, Tony. He was 4 under par through 4 holes today.
Yeah, what a start. Going like a train. He'll be sitting there having lunch now, feeling he's let a really good day's work and a good opportunity slip through his fingers.
Andrew Putnam there at even par. He was 3 under par at one stage as well. Okay, back at 8. Uphill tee shot for Schauffele.
It's another challenging hole. It's a par 4 straight into the breeze, a little bit off the right. You've got some fairway bunkers waiting for you as well. Absolutely crucial to hit the fairways here, otherwise it makes it really tough.
Okay, on the upslope, he wouldn't mind if it came back a little bit onto the flat. That'll be launching up straight into the wind.
Makes sense for Rory McIlroy to lay back with a fairway metal here. Driver just puts those 3 fairway bunkers into play. So with a 3-wood in hand, he's just going to lay up shy of them. It makes the target a little bit bigger. On the left half, it does camber left to right, so that's probably your line. It will kick back to the middle.
Gallery's saying shot, but he won't like that one bit. 3-wood to find fairway, and you pull it just a little awry.
Tony, I know you've got long arms, but I need more hands. I'm currently holding my course plan and my microphone and a banana. I feel like Vin Diesel from The Pacifier trying to carry so much.
Well, tomorrow you can add an umbrella to that lot.
Oh,
sadly.
Wish me luck. I've got no chance. Justin Thomas with the driver in hand just needs to be watchful of those fairway bunkers, so I'd imagine definitely looking to hug that left-hand side. Those bunkers are just trouble.
Always probably trying to keep it up the left side. There's a slope from left to right, so left side of the fairway will always feed you back into the middle. Settle, settle. That's perfect. To 7T. Rob McIntyre. Out with a big stick. Just look to smooth that one down there. Man, that's a tough fairway to hit. Can Mr. Fleetwood find it? Trouble is, to hit this fairway, you've got to hit it down the left side. That brings the centre and left pot bunkers into play, and he's overcooked it. How far left is it going? Quite a lot by the look of it. Just got to find a lie somehow. Quickly down to pick up the peg. Good sign. Finally, someone finds the 7th fairway. Hang on, is that where that bunker is? Hard to tell. 2-way tie at the top. Wonderful 64 from Thomas Dietrich. Has just birdied his final hole. We've had the pleasure of watching McIlroy in full flow today. Torbjorn Olesen shown excellent form this year so far. Tristan Lawrence, a winner a couple of weeks ago again. Good scoring, because it is a tough test out there today. This golf course, like most links courses, asks the question of just about every department of your game.
Young American Eric Cole has had a fantastic rookie season on the PGA Tour this year. He's been close a couple of times. There he is there, 1 under par.
Did you ever see his dad swing a club, Bobby Cole?
I did, and his mum as well.
And of course, yeah. Laura, yeah. Bobby Cole had the purest rhythm and was one of the purest strikers that's ever walked on this planet. Should have won the Open Championship, finished second the 1 year. Man, could he play the game.
Lucas Herbert and Ludwig Harburg both a couple under par early on today, and finishing +1. It's not easy out there. I've just had a little bit of a walk outside. It's cool, it's breezy, as Incy has said.
...175 yards out, like I said, breeze straight into your face, especially from this angle on the left half. And the ball's not too bad. You've actually got a really good look of the green from here, whereas for the other two players, they can barely see the putting surface.
It'd be interesting to see what Rory McIlroy does post-round today. Most of these players have fairly standard routines they stick to, and I mean, he's leading the way, shooting a brilliant score, but he's only hit 5 fairways and has missed a few of them by quite a bit as well. So not really a Rory McIlroy style performance with the driver, yet here he is at 6 under.
I think it's one of those things though, isn't it? It's definitely a weapon in his bag, and he's definitely looking to try and use it and take it as an advantage point. Pin's pretty much to the heart of the green, plenty of undulation here.
Boy, that would have looked brilliant to him. It's still a good result, not an easy shot.
It was a proper wind shot as well, wasn't it? Gripped the club down, restricted follow through, kept the flight down. Just needed to go another yard, it would have been superb.
See his hands well ahead of the ball at impact there, covering it beautifully, but the thing I love, look at the rotation. Look at that rotation through the ball, belly button facing the target, holding it off, keeping the loft on the club face.
And when you see that jarring at impact, it's no surprise that we all end up with messed up elbows, tennis elbow, hopeless wrists, injured hands.
Add back to the equation, Tony.
Don't forget the hips and the neck.
Especially when you grow older and age kicks in, right?
I'm there. I'm there.
We've got 157 yards for Justin Thomas. He can, like I said, barely see the putting surface. And in fact, just about make out the top of the flag. So semi-blind. You've got a huge false front just short of this screen. So anything short will come back. So you're looking to carry this all the way. And thankfully for JT, he's playing from a slight uphill slope. So he can be a bit more aggressive and look to fly this.
Well, it makes it difficult coming back into the breeze, playing from an upslope, trying to flight it down. Oh. Boy, that was a beautiful looking shot from Justin Thomas, and you can see that black ribbon on the back of his hat there. The players are wearing them in honour of former DP World Tour member Bill McColl from Scotland, who passed away unexpectedly this week, aged 66. So thoughts and condolences to Bill's family.
.152 yards for Xander Schauffele, once again on a slight uphill slope. He's just clubbing up here and going to hold it off a little bit to take the spin off it. Exactly what you need to do when you're playing into the breeze.
That looked like a 6-iron, 152. And it was all over the flag.
We said a little while ago he'd be happy to finish at even par. He's back at even par. He's looking at getting in the red numbers now. 3/4 swing. Just a little poke under the wind. Backswing and follow through, almost matching each other. He knows what to do in the breeze.
It's interesting when we watch the slow motion swing there of Xander Schauffele, and one thing I mentioned earlier, when you're playing into the breeze, most of these players typically stay on their left side a lot more. They don't load into their right side, and it's one thing I know myself and a lot of Australians that I grew up playing with. One of our flaws was that we stay on our left side too much because you play in the wind so often and you're trying to keep it down so much that it becomes a bit of a tendency and a bit of a flaw, I guess you could say, in your golf swing. Long birdie putt here for Fleetwood at 7.
give a lot to two-putt from there.
There's not many players that can pull the cardigan off, but Fleetwood's at the top of the list.
And he and Arnold Palmer.
Arnold Palmer,
Arnie used to
course.
love the cardigan, didn't he? But you're right. It does suit him.
McIlroy with a lengthy putt could chip this, but I think the flat stick is definitely the right call. First 7 yards is a steep uphill slope. It's pretty much that false front which we've been talking about. And then overall it does camber off his right. Another tough one to judge.
Well, that was about 4 on the Stimpmeter, that one. He had to give that almost a half swing.
Bob McIntyre, the birdie putt. Looking slightly mystified.
No, he's done well today, Bob McIntyre. He's I would say he's played okay. He hasn't played terribly. He hasn't played brilliantly. And he's hung in there well in pretty heaty company to be 2 under par.
Well, we're obviously on the penultimate hole, but I must admit I've no idea what the time is, but it's just been a really nice flow to this group. We've had a bit of a mixed bag in regards to how they're playing, but all in all, it's been a really nice flow. And it's been such an enjoyable watch, it really has.
Well, Incy, I can tell you that it's taken 4 hours 34 minutes to here, so they should play in under 5 hours, which is absolutely lightning out here.
It's probably because I'm enjoying it too much. You know what they say, time flies when you're having fun.
It's hard not to have fun with this trio, and you've certainly been treated to some brilliant golf so far. Xander Schauffele fighting his way back, Thomas and Rory looking really sharp.
Yeah, this back portion of the green actually slopes front to back, so for Schauffele this is back up the hill, and it will be breaking off his left. Just waiting for the buggy in the distance to scuttle past.
He's a great concentrator, isn't he?
Super patient too. His attitude's been brilliant today. Not playing his best, but still staying with it.
And just on that point, I run a junior golf tour back in Australia, and I've got one of our young guns over here who's been playing some amateur events in Scotland, and he's out here today watching, and he's watching this group. Young Daly Lumanis, his name is, and I said to him, when you go out there and watch these players, you watch, they'll hit some pretty ordinary shots, and just watch their demeanour, watch how calm they stay, and you'd learn a lot from someone like Xander Schauffele today. He will have learnt that, hey, hang on a tick, you know, they don't always hit perfect shots, but they don't let it bother them.
Quite right. And by the way, well done on running that junior tour, and it's going to pay big dividends in the years to come with the talent coming through. I think that's a great thing you're doing.
Thank you. Yeah, it's certainly very rewarding. Jordan Spieth now here at number 7 to get back to level 4 the round.
A little shy again. Yeah, it makes such a difference. You know, we have Golf South Africa, which Johan Rupert sort of got going, and what a difference it's made. And we have got so many fabulous amateurs coming through because of it. It's a wonderful thing.
It really is. Just gives the juniors an opportunity to learn so much. Let's see if we can learn much from this part. Justin Thomas back up the hill off the right.
He's been a little shy on a couple of his putts today, hasn't he?
The greens are an inch slower today compared to yesterday, and maybe he's had a bit of growth this afternoon.
It's been pretty solid from Justin Thomas today. I think he'd be quite pleased with being 2 under par. Tommy Fleetwood not being his best effort today. This to remain +1. Well done. Fifth in the US Open Championship, runner-up in the Canadian Open a month ago. He's been playing some terrific golf, and you would think he'll be one of the red-hot favourites next week. Schauffele to remain level.
Footer made. There should be no issues for McIntyre this par putt. So nice second 9, front 9 for him. Birdied the first. He's reeled off 6 pars. Maybe grab a little birdie on the way home in the last 2. Get it. 3 under would be nice. McIlroy. Par putt. To remain tied for the lead.
Oh, Bob McIntyre losing it left. Oh, not just a little bit too. That is 60 yards left of the fairway.
It's a massive wide.
And given that it's a left-handed block into the breeze, that's going to be very short. That's going to be a long, long way in.
It's the last thing Tommy Fleetwood needed to see, because he's struggled with direction with the driver today. It's time for an arrow. He's back. Perfection.
Other great thing about links golf, and you see it there with Spieth's ball, it's ended up on an upslope, but he's playing back into the breeze. You've got to try and flight it down into the breeze. I said Fleetwood, excuse me. That's a good looking tee shot from Jordan Spieth as well.
It's an intimidating driving hole, this, it really is. And that likewise will be fine. It avoids all the divots.
It's the final hole for our first feature group of McIlroy, Thomas and Schauffele, the 9th, the par 3, playing 194 yards today, and it's not an easy one.
Yeah, big drop off on the right there. Those 2 ridiculously steep bunkers. Do not mess with those.
.194 yards to this par 3, and it's playing long. It's a 2 o'clock breeze into mostly off the right, with the pin tucked away on the right hand side, and the one place you do not want to miss this is right. You've got some pot bunkers waiting for you. If you're even further right, you're definitely going to short side yourself. So if there's any sort of miss, it's left this flag all day long.
Ben Ahn has joined the 6 under party with Dietrich and McIlroy. He's only played 11 holes. That's some really good going. Wouldn't Schauffele love a birdie here to get into red figures?
Second toughest hole on the course today, mind you. Don't think you'd be too upset with a par. It's averaging 3.41. Tells you just how difficult, well, how difficult that pin position is too.
I can't imagine anyone that misses this green right is making 3. Harry Houdini is their name if it is. Look at that, there is no green over there.
Yeah, agreed, guys. I mean, it kills me to say it, but it's just a really tough pin to go at. If you're taking this flag on, you're putting quite a lot of risk at play, so left of this flag is definitely the safety and leaves yourself with an uphill birdie chance.
That will be a very popular spot today, Tony.
It certainly will, and if you're going to miss it, definitely miss it there. That furthest bunker up the right there, Ewan. I mean, I know I'm not exactly, my nickname is not Stretch, but when I stand in there, I mean, it's way above my head and it's vertical. It's just horrendous.
You were pretty decent in the bunker in your day. You'd get that up and down.
That was my game. Yeah, it was a terrible childbirth. I was born with a sandwich and spiked foot joys on.
Well, it looks like Justin Thomas on the tee box is a little bit unsure on what to hit. Once again, just got 2 clubs in hand and just trying to figure out which one feels better. Any sort of right to left movement in the air, again, you got no chance really going at this flag. The perfect shot is to kind of flight it down and try and hold it off against this breeze. Like a little bit left to right, and it should hang on to neutral flight. So it's 194 yards. It's playing more like 215, I would say.
Well, if anyone in the field is going to play that shot shape that you just spoke about, it's JT.
Yeah, a little bit in between clubs. Just, I think it's the 4-iron, to be honest. It's probably the right yardage. Come on, JT, let's see it. A little hold-off shot to this right flag.
Yep, you can tell he's set up with an open stance, Cincy. Try and hit exactly that shot. Down the grip. 4-iron, 194. Same result.
You know, when you see that high camera angle from behind the green, it looks innocuous, doesn't it? You look at it and you think, well, it's a big green. It's, you know, there's no trees, there's no water. Pretty straightforward. But it's anything but.
Once again, you can see how much the hands were leading the club head there, trying to flight it down. Rotating to the left, trying to cut it in there.
And you watched it for a long time and didn't look disappointed. So I think the plan there, as you said, is just get it on the left side of the green somewhere or the left fringe and be happy. Oh, the stuff. So hard for this ball not to go veering off right. Fishy grass just wraps around the club head. But forget about that. He's played a beaut.
That was amazing. What a fabulous shot. We saw the number 7 on the bottom of his club. He must have had a decent lie to go at it with a 7-iron. Good stuff from Bob McIntyre. Now, Jordan Spieth, you can see here, Tony, quite a significant upslope. Very easy to float this one up in the breeze, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's the one shot that you would like to be on flat ground. To really take an extra club and just smooth it to keep it down somehow. It's one of the things I love about links golf is when you miss the greens, how it runs away. You know, now all of a sudden you've got to scratch your head and think, ooh, there's one of 6 shots I can play here. You know, rather than just rolling off into the frog here we see so often, and from 200 yards you pull the lob wedge out. You know what shot you've got.
Absolutely superb from Tommy Fleetwood. That was perfection, wasn't it? Played that beautifully. Ball positions of our first feature group, all similar distance from the flag and similar shots as well.
Yeah, well, what does that tell you about that pin position today? You could throw a blanket over all 3 of those, 3 of the best players in the world.
I can see why it's the second hardest hole on the golf course. It'll probably be the hardest by the end of the day.
Yeah, it very well could be. very well could be. Because these are not give two putts either. All three of these putts are a task to get down in two.
I think if all three players end up two-putting, I think they've all done very well. They're all going to have an opportunity to learn from each other, but Rory McIlroy is going to set the tone first. It's absolutely worth having a look at this putt from the other side, because standing from where Rory is, I didn't actually realise how steep it is downhill. So it'll be relatively quick, and I'm seeing this breaking off the right all the way. More so right towards the end, it'll move.
Whoa, whoa. It pulled up a little bit quicker than I thought after the hole. Visually, there's not much room behind it from where they're coming from as well. We see Xander Schauffele just taking relief there. Incy, I assume that sprinkler was in his stance, was it?
Yeah, absolutely. So no penalty shots there, just a free drop. Similar sort of line though. All in all, downhill, and it's going to break off the right quite hard towards the end as it dies out.
And I'm assuming as well they're putting back into the breeze a little bit, are they?
Yeah, just a hair, but just doesn't really feel like enough, to be honest, to actually really affect this putt. I mean, putting from the fringe, so you can't mark this and line it up as usual. Looks like Justin Thomas is going to go next, and this is breaking from his left to start off with, and as it dies out towards the end, it's working the other way, so no surprises there. Another double breaker.
I don't want to tempt fate, but his touch has been brilliant today from long range. He's had the benefit of watching McIlroy. Seemed to get through that bit of fringe okay. Oh, it's just magnificent. Magnificent putt.
Just fabulous, wasn't it? I mean, I remember Justin Thomas having at least 4 or 5 putts over 30 feet today, and he's lagged them all to that close. No stress on any of them. Third shot for Spieth at 8.
Well, by Jordan Spieth standards, that is fairly poor. I really did expect him to get it. It wasn't a very easy chip, but I thought he'd get it within 3 feet. He's so good.
Well, Xander Schauffele's seen this putt from this side, but also how it's reacted from the other side, so you should have a really good idea in how this ball should react. Nothing too indifferent though. Once again, a little bit downhill right towards the end. It's going to break off his right.
Get it just over the crest. Oh. Thought it might run out a little more. McIntyre did so well to get it here out of that rough with a 7-iron.
Not his best effort, but he will be very pleased with the 4 there after the tee shot.
He's had quite a few misreads today, hasn't he? Just, you know, putts you think, no, hang on, that didn't really scare it.
It's definitely not been his best day up till now, but I think, you know, the signs of a good player is not to play your best, but still not play yourself out of it. By all means, he can shoot 6 under tomorrow and be right up the top of the leaderboard. And of course, the conditions are due to change tomorrow. Today's been absolutely perfect. tomorrow we're expecting a little bit of rain. The conditions should be a bit softer. But this is an important putt, and it'll be a nice way to finish.
Yeah, we've spoken Incy for the last hour and a half how pleased he would be to get it back to level par, which is where he stands, and I think he'd be very, very pleased if this one goes in. It's been a very, very professional effort the way he's grounded out.
Just outside the right edge of the cup.
Yes. Well done and well deserved, Tony.
I'd like to reiterate that. Really grinding effort. You know what? That's what you expect from Schauffele, isn't it? He hasn't got any give in him. He's as hard as nails. Great competitor. Well done.
And this is one of the great things about the feature group streams throughout the year that we have, is that you get to see every single shot. You do understand that the best players in the world all hit bad shots, but it's how they react to them, and the fact that they can, you know, extricate themselves from trouble and not make a bad round of 78, like we've said.
Yeah. No, I love it. You know, often in coverage you tend to see, you know, a précis of all the best shots during the day, and you think, oh, this game's easy. It's not. Well done, McIlroy. Putter has been excellent today. Great to see.
Brilliant round from Rory McIlroy. Tied for the lead, 6 under par, 64. Well done. A couple of bogeys in that as well. Rolled it beautifully, like you said.
Par putt for Jordan Spieth. A disappointing chip. And a disappointing bogey.
Yeah, that really is disappointing for Jordan Spieth. 1 under par through 10 holes, and he's dropped 3 shots since. Fantastic effort from Rory McIlroy today. Would love to see exactly how many feet of putts he holed for the day. It'd be well over 140, 150.
It's a lot of yards.
Tommy Fleetwood. Great second shot in here, Tony. This to get it back to even.
Oh, he'd love to get back to par. Well done. Well done. He's actually, the first 9 holes, he hit some good putts and made none of them. So that is very pleasing.
This is how things currently stand in the Genesis Scottish Open, one of 5 Rolex Series events on the year, and we have a new leader, Ben Arndt, 7 under par through 12 holes. Absolutely astonishing golf. Should we say it? Par 70, 6 holes left, 4 birdies. What score that would be? That would be a 59. Ewan Ferguson, the Scotsman, 5 under par through 15 holes, going along really, really well. Back to 9, coming off a birdie at 8, Tommy Fleetwood. We know where we can't miss this. Look for this to be left of the flag. There's another one, Tony. That's 4 balls. You could almost throw a blanket over at number 9 now, and he's going to have that sprinkler in his way as well.
Yeah, I reckon well, we know every single guy's looked and probably tried to hit a couple of shots out of that bunker right to the flag during practice rounds and just thought, no, no, no. Could take 2 or 3 to get out of there if you get unlucky. It's brutal.
We've mentioned Xander Schauffele not having his best stuff, but between himself, Fleetwood and McIntyre, the 3 of them haven't had their best stuff today on a day where it's been fairly breezy and none of them are over par.
I know. Well, it's been such fun to watch too, hasn't it? And as you said, not every shot has been perfect, but it's been a thoroughly professional effort. Just grinding out, carving out good scores. Will he try and draw one into this flag, or will he leave it alone?
He hasn't overdone it, has he?
Ooh, I hope not.
Oh, he has by about 8 feet.
He's pulled it.
He's hit a big pull, I think, for the ball to finish there, but he's going to be rewarded because he's not going to have a difficult putt for a birdie, but his heart would have been in his mouth. Disappointing for Jordan Spieth, 3 over his last 7 holes to be +2. Trying to slide one in there, and this is short-sided right. As good as he is around the greens. 2 chances of up and down, slim to none, and Slim's gone home. Here's a few highlights from Bob McIntyre's round. Started on 10, the par 5. This was his 3rd shot. A deft touch here, wasn't it, Tony?
Yeah, as we used to sing from him. A delight. Knocks that in for birdie.
And the signature hole, par 4, 13th. Beautiful second shot in here. Birdie to get to 2 under par. And bogeyed 14, string of pars, made the turn at 1 under par. This was his approach into the first, his 10th hole of the day. Big tee shot, lovely wedge in there. And he would hold that putt, and he remains 2 under par. It's been very solid.
Yeah, 7 straight pars he's had. Jordan, where are you? I mean, you'd have to. It has to be one of those bunkers, surely, unless he's been unbelievably lucky. And neither of them are much fun. You can really believe that he's 2 over par, because he loves links, loves the challenge of a bit of wind. Some days it just doesn't work. I don't think he's in the sand, you know.
Well, I did see the ball bounce once or twice, but he might even be right of those bunkers.
He is. Ooh. Has he got a gap between them, or does he have to flirt with that cavernous bunker right? I think he might have a route through, which will give him options. Putt looks like it's going to be a putt. You could putt it, you could bump and run it. It's a good break. Whatever he does, it's a good break.
Well, I think if you're short-siding this to the right, if you're pin high, you've got no chance. He's got the benefit that he's come out of it, mishit it. So being a little short of pin high, he does have a little bit more of an opportunity, but he's still going to have his hands full.
So slow. He's got to hit this so very hard.
Magical. Magical.
Well, we know what he's made of. He'll go out of here today, whatever he shoots, and he'll come back tomorrow trying his heart out, and in all likelihood put in a really good round. He's done it so often.
I wonder if him and JT have any plans to do what Max Homa did last year. He played the opening round in the morning, and then they went and played I think Max played North Berwick in the afternoon. They won't go and play North Berwick because they've already played there, but maybe go and have a game at Gullen or Muirfield or somewhere nearby. Archerfield, perhaps.
That's only for the young. It's a long stretch, this isn't a long, tough stretch of 2 weeks. Links courses, tough tests, tough conditions. I'd say, you know what, when he's played the way he has, just put the tools away, forget about it. It'll all will be good to gain tomorrow.
You got to admire Tommy Fleetwood today, don't you? Not being sharp at all, really, from the get-go, and to be level par. If he can 2-putt here, I think he's waiting on a ruling because of that sprinkler head that I mentioned being in his line. He's got the driver out, but I can pretty much guarantee you that's not the club he's going to be using for his next shot.
That's a proper head of hair, isn't it? I'm so jealous.
He's cut it too.
Oh, actually, I'm just jealous of anyone that's got hair. He's had a cut, hasn't he? Yeah.
Oh, McIntyre's going to go. Very fortunate to finish here off the tee. This to shoot a round of 3 under par 67 up the hill. Oh, you beauty, Bob. The crowd will love that. And Bob McIntyre continuing on his good form from Denmark last week, where he finished 4th, 3 under par, just 4 off the lead and inside the top 10.
That's only the 2nd birdie today on the 9th. Can you believe it, on a par 3?
Well, that's going to ruin our chances of it being the hardest hole.
Well, there's a long way to go. I think it could be. I tell you what, he was 18 inches away from being absolutely in a disastrous position in that right-hand bunker. But it doesn't matter. There's a 2 on the card. Tommy's taken his drop. Just wants 2 putts. Get 2 putts somehow. Get out of here at even par. And do battle again tomorrow. Hello. Nice stuff. In fact, better than nice. I didn't realise it was quite that close. That was a tremendous putt.
Yeah, good effort today from Tommy Fleetwood, around in even past 70. No doubt, well, you would think after some lunch, head to the driving range and perhaps work on the driver. It was a little bit wayward at times. You pretty much guarantee Jordan Spieth will be going to the driving range after this.
I would think so. Bit of lunch. Just ease out there. Iron out a couple of issues.
You'll be very pleased with that up and down though, Tony.
Yeah, that was terrific. You could see the disappointment on his face after the tee shot. It's just, you know, just his timing and rhythm have been slightly out. It happens. There's no explanation for it. It just happens.
It's been a terrific opening day here of the Genesis Scottish Open, one of 5 Rolex Series events. Ben Arn leading the way at 7 under par through 12 holes by 1 stroke from Thomas Dietrich and Rory McIlroy.
The world's best are coming together.
This is the Rolex Series.
It's Rolex Series number 4. It is a first Rolex Series win for him.
He's got it. The Scottish Open has its youngest winner. Shane Lowry is the BMW PGA champion.
It's a second DP World title for Matthew Fitzpatrick. It is victory for Xander Schauffele.
This is the 2023 Genesis Scottish Open.
Cup. And today, live first round coverage of the Genesis Scottish Open. A return to the Renaissance